Ahojte, zdravím všetkých mojich divákov, ja som Matrix Player a vítam vás všetkých pri sledovaní môjho nového videa. Dnes vám chcem predstaviť hru C.S.I. Miami. Je to videohra založená na televíznom seriáli C.S.I. Miami. Hra bola vyvinutá spoločnosťou 369 Interactive, ktorú vydala spoločnosť Ubisoft. A bola vydaná pre systém Microsoft Windows 24. apríla 2004. V roku 2008 spoločnosť Gameloft hru znovu vyvinula, tentoraz pre systém iOS. Táto hra sleduje odlišný model 5 prípadov. Pričom 5. prípad spája predchádzajúce 4 prípady. Hra má výborne grafické spracovanie, systém ovládania je založený na jednoduchosti klasickej klikačky. Mínusom možno je iba nemožnosť českého dabingu alebo titulkov, ale celkovú hrateľnosť a prvý dojem z hry hodnotím veľmi pozitívne. Pozrite si teda ďalší let's play až do konca a nezabudnite, ak chcete pomôcť tomuto kanálu rásť, nezabudnite dať odber a ak sa vám toto video páčilo, dajte like. Samozrejme ma poteší, ak hodíte pod video aj komentár, ako viete, odpovedám na všetky slušné komentáre. Ďakujem za podporu a sledovanie.
Welcome to the C.S.I. Miami Intern Training Program. This course will help you prepare for actual fieldwork by teaching you how to collect and process evidence, use the lab equipment, question suspects, and get information from your fellow CSIs. Begin your training by clicking on any of the location icons on the right of your toolbar. To exit the training, hit Escape on your keyboard at any time. This is the CSI morgue. Alex Woods will always be here to help you conduct the post-mortem examination for any investigation that has a victim. For now, we will use the objects on her table to show you how your forensic tools work. Move your pointer over any of the objects on the table and click. When you are close enough to use a tool, the Tools tab at the bottom of the screen will automatically be selected. Tools are categorized into either collection or detection tools. Rolling the cursor over any of the tools gives you a brief description of its use. For a more detailed description of a tool, double-click on its icon. Notice that when you passed the pointer over the object, it changed to a forward arrow. This always indicates that you can inspect something in greater detail. To back out of any close-up view, simply click on either far edge of the screen. You can use the brush in your Detection Tool tab to reveal evidence covered in dirt or sand. Select the brush with a single click, then brush the area by clicking and dragging over it. For a more detailed description of a tool, double-click on its icon. To back out of any close-up view, simply click on either far edge of the screen. You can use the gloves in your Collection Tool category tab to collect larger pieces of evidence. Select the gloves with a single click, then pick up the item by moving the cursor over it and clicking. Evidence you collect is added to your evidence folder and categorized as either trace, documents, or items. Double-click on an evidence icon to review what you know about it. Evidence is categorized within your evidence folder. Double-click on an evidence icon to review what you know about it. If you need to process collected evidence further, you can apply your tools directly to the evidence from this view. Evidence descriptions will often update throughout the case, so check them regularly. Notice the pointer changed to a side-pointing arrow to indicate that you can return to the previous screen. Smooth surfaces like this one can be dusted for fingerprints using fingerprint powder. Select the fingerprint powder under your detection tools by single-clicking on it. then apply the powder to the item by clicking and dragging over the surface. Try it now. Sometimes you'll need to use a magnification tool to find hidden trace evidence. Select the magnifying scope under your detection tools by single-clicking on it. Pass the magnifying scope carefully over the area or item until you find something, then click on it for an even closer look. You can use the tweezers in your Collection Tool tab to collect most small bits of evidence. Select the tweezers with a single click, then pick up the item by clicking directly over it. Try it now. Dust and light dirt scattered on a surface can be preserved and recovered by using the electrostatic dust lifter in your Collection Tool tab. Select the dust lifter with a single click, then lift the image by clicking directly over it. Try it now. You have completed all required tasks in this location. This is the C.S.I. lab. Here, you can perform analyses on your evidence and have it prepared for the computer, microscopy enhancement equipment, or assembly table.
Hey, I'm Valera. Good to have some help for a change. If you've got a piece of evidence on your evidence bar, just click and drag it onto me and we'll get started. If you don't, then come back when you do. Scan that print and the computer's got it.
The Evidence Tagging Gameplay Assist feature helps you identify the process state of your evidence. A gray tag on the evidence icon indicates there is more to learn about it, while a yellow tag means the evidence has been completely analyzed. Other Gameplay Assist features can be enabled or disabled from the Gameplay Options menu. You can customize all difficulty options here. Selecting Gameplay Aids will make the game easier. To quit the game, click Main menu.
That's in the image enhancement and microscopy equipment. Where else? Can't come up with anything else to do on that. Nothing else for you on that.
Drag collected evidence from the toolbar above into either viewing pane to activate the image enhancement and microscopy equipment. Very good. Click on the appropriate menu item to further process your newly collected evidence. Drag the evidence from the toolbar above into a viewing pane, then click Search. Searching the computer for fingerprints, DNA, shoe prints, and tire treads will always give you a set of results, but there's no guarantee of a positive match. You'll have to visually compare the collected sample to the results before you draw your conclusion. Very good. You have completed all required tasks in this location. This is the desk of Yelena Salas, the C.S.I. detective assigned to your division. To ask her a question, simply click on it with your pointer.
You're the new recruit, aren't you? Yelena Salas. If you ever need a warrant, interrogation, address, or just a reliable information, I can help. Be wary of what suspects tell you, though. They don't always speak the truth.
Notice your case file has been updated. This means information has been added to your file on a suspect or victim. View your case file by clicking on the icon in the bottom right.
Victims? Well, the ones we get don't usually tell us anything.
You will need Yelena at key moments in the case, so check back with her often during your investigations. You have completed all required tasks in this location. Click on the case file icon in the bottom right to review the new information. And you have also now completed your C.S.I. apprentice training. Well done. Feel free to return to this training module at any time to refresh your skills. You may now return to your investigation. Hit the escape key on your keyboard, then click Main Menu. Good luck! The case file holds a summary of everything you've learned about victims and suspects. You can view each by clicking on their corresponding tabs at the top of the screen. The Evidence Trinity is your guide to measuring progress. You must find evidence that links the suspect to the victim to the crime scene, and the crime scene to the suspect. Finding enough of these connections will allow you to bring suspects in for interrogation.
Welcome to C.S.I. Miami, but any tour of our facility will have to wait. You're heading out to the golf course. Oh, it's no day off. Got a Vic out at Palm Glen Country Club, or a piece of our Vic, anyway. Callie is already waiting for you at the club. She's your partner on this first case.
To quit the game or change the options, including gameplay difficulty, hit the Escape key on your keyboard at any time.
Hey, I'm Callie. It's going to be great to work together. It looks like we've got our hands full on this one, so let's ask around and see if we can find out what happened here.
If you are stuck on a case, you can often get help from your C.S.I. partner. Clicking on a question will ask your partner for a hint. However, all hints will count against you in your final evaluation.
I'm Ty Landon, golf pro and assistant manager here at the Glen. Palm Glen, that is. Hey, I appreciate you getting out here so fast. This isn't the kind of golf hazard we usually go in for. You'll want to talk to the judge, Judge Lawford. He's the one who stumbled onto this oversized handbag. We've had the occasional gator come calling. We're the closest club in town to the Everglades, you know. But nothing like this before. No incidents, no trouble. Just visitors that we yelled at and scared off from a distance. Hey, I'm relieved to report that every foursome is accounted for. Nobody missing. Nobody missing a limb, either.
You've been helpful, Mr. Landon. You'll be at the club all day?
Oh, yeah, sure. And when you finish with your crime scene, guess who gets to clean up after? What a crock, huh? So to speak.
That's all the questions we have for now.
Well, I'm Judge Walter Lawford. Thought I knew all the CSIs, but when a man retires, the world keeps spinning, doesn't it? I traded in the bench for the fairway. The only crime here at Palm Glen is cheating on your golf score, and I never have to judge anything but the distance to the green. How can I help? I came out at the crack of dawn to talk business with Ty, our club pro. Pretty early, not long after sunup. We early birds were the first out onto the course when I came upon this poor creature, beached by the sand trap. Something was next to him, a piece of something. Something human. Legal trouble? Oh, no. No, I gave you the wrong impression. By business, I meant club business. I'm on the board. Really, Ty and I were just shooting the breeze about the upcoming golf tourney. Often I do. The older I get, the earlier a riser I've become. And with a popular course like this, the height of the season, it's first come, first teed off. This course, this club, it's a lifesaver for an old bench jurist like me. Seen a few. This land belonged to other creatures before we country club animals turned it into a golf course, you know. But there have never been reports of attacks, much less a gator munching on a spare body part.
It's good to see you, Judge. It's nice having a witness who knows the ropes.
Thank you. Not to be rude, but I need to get back to my study, a project I'm working on. Anything comes up, Ms. Duquesne, besides that regurgitated arm, let me know what you need. And give my best to Horatio Kane. You've got the finest crime lab supervisor in the South. Always happy to help you CSIs out.
That's it for the witnesses. Let's see if our gator has anything to tell us. Looks like our friend here crawled up on the golf tee for a solitary snack. We've got a long, deep gash across the creature's abdomen. It indicates a probable scrap with another gator. It's likely the alligator died from this wound, which is so deep the animal's intestines are spilling out. It's probably better to examine this more closely at the morgue. We've got a severed arm. I wonder if there are more human remains inside the gator. This is a job for the morgue. This oily substance is worth sampling for lab analysis. This is definitely a human forearm. So where is the rest of our victim? Still walking around? Or stowed away in the gator?
Hey there, new recruit. I'm Alex Woods. Welcome to the morgue. No need to be uneasy here. Unlike my clients, you can come up and go as you like. I'm here to help you, so don't be shy to ask me anything. How a Vic died, maybe even what the murder weapon was. So what can I do for you? That lizard is a tad too big to fit onto one of my tables. What I can do is remove its internal organs and give you a look at the creature's inside secrets. Now, I'm not an expert on alligator anatomy, but a zoology course I took in grad school gave me some basics about species habits and physiology. And not even a Palm Glen member. Most likely the creature crawled up onto land to enjoy its snack uninterrupted. May have been in some competition for this meal. By the way, the alligator appears to have been in a recent fight with one of its own. Very quickly, an alligator will clamp onto its prey and roll it till its neck snaps, or it'll drag it underwater until it drowns. A moot point, however. This Vic was already dead when the gator had its lunch. Hey, I can't do all of your work for you. But I can tell you this much. The missing hand was chopped, not gnawed. This is the work of a blade, not animal teeth. I thought you'd never ask. Working from a section of waterlogged forearm, I can give you only an educated guess. 2 to 4 days. Be my guest. Digestion slows during cold months, allowing them to go for weeks without feeding, but it's been warm lately. Acid in their stomachs do most of the work, though it's aided by ingested stones in the alligator's stomach that mechanically breaks down food.
Silver bracelet. Could we have a female victim? It's a memory card from a PDA. Stomach acid damage could be a problem for data recovery. Blood indicates the gator may have left a trail that was washed away from the sprinklers early this morning. It's too bad the rest of it isn't visible. Gator was injured, probably from a scrap with another gator. Our late lizard crawled out of the swamp and died on the links. The blood trail will likely lead us up to where the gator crawled onto the golf course. Probably around that bridge over there. Let's check it out. We'll just swab the ground and get a sample for the lab. This appears to be where the gator crawled out to make its way to the course. The animal's condition may have induced this regurgitation. Its lunch may have started coming up even before the gator made it onto the fairway. We'd better take that along to show the lab. This bit of plastic is worth showing to Valera.
Welcome to the lab. I'm Valera, your one-stop shop for evidence analysis. If you want me to start processing evidence for you, click and drag a piece of evidence from your toolbar over to me. A dark, viscous solution. Oil residue. Somehow it was either smeared or dripped onto that severed arm. I'll send it over to the microscope to give you a better look. First, this isn't human blood, and you may have guessed we don't exactly have an alligator DNA database to check. Well, here's an appetizer you don't see on every plate. Plastic covered in alligator intestine. I'll send it to the microscopy equipment for you. First time in the lab and you're already putting the arm on me? No problem. I'll collect the DNA and shoot it over to the computer. That'll get you started. Extracting DNA is a cinch. Break up the cells, denature the proteins, and voila, fibrous DNA precipitate. Waiting in the computer for you. You know I'm a government employee and can't accept gifts, but I do appreciate the thought.
Well, we'd appreciate your thoughts on this trinket.
High quality, judging by the style, could be a man's. Custom job. Note the inscription, 4th Annual Palm Glen Team Champions. That's about it. Memory card. The gator's stomach acid did a number on the data, but I recognize the format. It's from a PDA. The only thing I got from it was a scrambled data string. You can use a special link in the computer to access a cryptography interface to sort it out. But here's a bonus. A lot of the user's stylus strokes were recorded. Fragments, but still enough for handwriting analysis. Animal regurgitation, specifically alligator heavy on human contents. Takes a strong stomach in this biz. But you're pushing it, guys.
Looks like an industrial lubricant. High levels of contaminants suggest a mechanical use. Great work. It's an interesting message. What could it mean? But as Valera said, we've at least got a handwriting sample from the memory card for comparison.
Can't help you. Sorry. What do you want to know about it? Yeah. It belongs to Tim Cole. Or maybe his son, Russ. Sure. They won the matching bracelets at the father and son tourney a couple years back. Scored the club record, in fact. Each year has its own distinctive design.
You're the new recruit, aren't you? Yelena Salas. If you ever need a warrant, interrogation, address, or any other information, you come see me. No problem. Just let me check. Here it is. Number 6, Heaven's Heights.
Miss Cole, we're with the crime lab. We have a few questions for your husband and your son.
Tim and Russ aren't here. Maybe I can answer your questions. All right then, go ahead and ask. Could be Tim's, or maybe Russ's. They had identical ones from that father-son tournament they won. Russ takes after his father in absent-mindedness, always leaving things behind, the both of them. Tim? I haven't seen him since I kicked him out last week, and if I never see him again, that's still too soon. The usual reason, he was fooling around. Lately, he was caught up in one of his hottest, heaviest affairs, and let me tell you, I'm fed up. Not that I've ever been Tim's sole biological interest. You probably don't know that Tim's a biologist. He specializes in alligators and other lizards indigenous to this area. Takes one to know one, I guess. Anyway, that's why we live so near the Everglades.
Yes, we can see that. This tributary you're on feeds right into the swamp. Interesting.
Ronnie Landon, Ty's wife? She's not a lizard, more a snake. What Tim sees in that tramp is beyond me. And he's not just cheating on me. Ty is one of his best friends, supposedly. I've talked to him on the phone every day or so, but for the last week he's been in Louisiana at football camp. He's a senior in high school and a jock, like his dad used to be. Paid his own way, too, using his birthday money. Gives a mum pause, you know, son turning legal adult. But he's a good boy. I've filed half a dozen times. Tim swore over and over that he'll change, that it's me he loves, and talked me out of leaving him. But this is it. Never again. Ronnie thinks she and Tim are soulmates. She's filed for a divorce from Ty, the poor slob. You'll have to ask her, but word at the Glen is Ronnie's been after Ty to sign for ages. Big dummy loves the little slut and wants to reconcile, I guess. Ronnie's been leaning on the judge, Judge Lawford, trying to get the old boy to reason with Ty. Sometimes I think his honor gets off in his old age on being around the Palm Glen soap opera. Go for it. Just stay where I can see you. DNA? If you're trying to match my genes to Russ, then you're wasting your time. He's Tim's son from a previous relationship. I treat him like my very own, but biologically, he's not. On the other hand, if you think I'm a suspect, you better get yourself a warrant first.
Five clubs in the bag, 9 less than standard PGA maximum regulation. There are quite a few missing. Tim Cole's golf bag. He must have been given the bum's rush out of here before he could grab his favorite toys. If he isn't our Vic, he'll come back for him. This print from the golf bag needs to be run at the lab. Huh, it's a new deck, but someone's already done some repair work. We're gonna need a warrant to get us under the deck, though. I'll snap a photo. Without permission, we'll need a warrant to get under here. Handsaw. For recent repairs to the deck, maybe? Okay, let's take this fiber to the lab. An artist's brush and watercolors. Someone creative in our midst? We can't check out the boat itself without a warrant or permission. We've got neither.
That's all I have at the moment. All right then, go ahead and ask. I don't know anything about that.
Yes? Our tech, Joseph Kale, makes fingerprints wave hello. Thanks to him, that print's in the computer waiting for you. I'll tell him you were grateful. This hair is not human, and there's no skin tag. But I'll send it over to the microscope. Maybe you can discover what animal it comes from by looking at the scale pattern. What we have here is a handsaw, brand new and quite sharp.
Species is sable marten. It's an expensive brush, but soft. Heather's fingerprint. An old B&E charge. She's probably a tall enough girl to use those clubs.
Can I help you out in this case? Give me a moment. Okay, here's her address. Palm Glen and 14th. We'll see if he's at the Louisiana football camp or not. Should be easy, but you'll have to leave it with me for a bit.
Jessica Landon. Who are you?
Crime Lab. You must be Ty and Ronnie's daughter then, right? We have just a few questions.
In the garage. Go and talk to her if you got questions. Sure, yeah, I know him. I mean, I know who he is. Friends with my parents. They all live on the golf course. He's my boyfriend. We've been together forever, like 6 months or something. Wait. This doesn't have something to do with, like, that thing my dad found on the golf course, does it?
We don't know yet. We're just following leads. Don't worry.
Tim is not exactly part of my crowd, okay? Like I said, it's not like he's on my speed dial. He is my parents' friend, not mine. I mean, talk to them. It was going fine, except for how my parents felt about him. They kept putting pressure on me that Russ didn't appreciate. For some reason, my parents think he's beneath me. Or maybe they're afraid I'm beneath him. And then suddenly Mom, after all the put-downs, started to take this weird interest in Russ. A week? He went off to football camp. He is so buff. He's gonna get a scholarship, I just know it. And the sooner he gets away from those creep parents of his, the better. His mom, in particular, always makes him feel like he's in the way. You know what it's like to think like nobody wants you? Well, I want him, and that's what counts. What bruise? Oh, this little thing? Tripped on the stairs, I guess. Those things are like my worst enemy. I get more bumps and scrapes running up and down those stairs than on the soccer field.
That's all the questions we have for now.
Why, yes. May I help you people with something?
Miss Landon, we're with Miami-Dade C.S.I. Could we speak with you in private?
This is private enough. My daughter Jessica's outside, and if this is some kind of police business, I'd just as soon deal with it out here. What's up? Whoa, you don't fool around, do you? Well, even if this were any of your business, I'd have to say you are seriously confused. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hey. What gives you the right to walk in off the street and start asking these outrageous personal questions? I mean, geez Louise.
Miss Landon, our job is asking the tough questions.
Well then, tough. You can ask away, but my personal business is my personal business. Anything else I can do for you lovely people?
That's all the questions we have for now.
Can't help you. Sorry. What do you want to know about it? Hey, let's just say there's a lot of scoring at a club like this that doesn't take place on the links. That note could be just about anybody. Wish I could be more help. You know, I'd like to help, but you're poking into personal matters. A lot of people get the wrong idea about Ronnie. Hey, who hasn't made a few mistakes? I'll get back in the swing of this marriage, you'll see. Isn't that part of the public record? I won't deny it, but that's just a symptom. We'll cure the disease with some counseling and by trying really, really hard. You gotta work at a marriage, you know?
What do you need? He's retired. He'll be at his home, or should I say his estate. Pretty nice digs. I'll get the address for you.
And what can I do for you, fine C.S.Is? Yes, I was. Not my specialty, but I'm capable of lining up the little legal details that make for an airtight divorce case. Remember when I mentioned I was talking to Ty the morning we found that alligator on the course? Part of what I was discussing with him was that very subject. I was concerned that Ty would be upset with me. We're friendly, after all. Didn't want him thinking I'd taken sides in the matter. I explained to Ty that my biggest concern was for their young daughter, Jessica. High school is such a traumatic, turbulent time. And then to have so much turmoil swirling around the child at home. But she's a strong girl. She'll make it, even if her parents don't. They'll be with the law firm I do consulting with, but they should be on record. I don't imagine I have to instruct a C.S.I. on the proper procedure for acquiring the document.
Hey, what do you need? If you hang on for a second or two, I'll print a copy out for you. Here you go. There's also a nice scan of Ronnie Landon's signature on it. Enjoy.
Hey. I compared Ronnie Landon's signature on the divorce papers with the memory card writing, and a match. Am I good or am I good?
Do you think Ronnie might want to explain herself?
in the house. Since she found out, she spends a lot of time in her room, alone, crying. Right now, I'm giving Jess her space.
That's all the questions we have for now.
I told you I want to help. Ask away. Not that I remember. Why would I?
Heather tells us her husband was in a relationship with you, Miss Landon. We have a message from a memory card with handwriting that matches your signature on the divorce documents.
I don't know why Heather is advertising this other than her own warped sense of self-importance. But Tim and I have spent time together, yes. We're friends. Close friends. Wait a minute. That arm Ty found. Is it Tim's? Has something happened? Oh, God. If something's happened to that man because of our friendship, I will never forgive myself.
We haven't identified the owner of the arm, but then again, we can't find Tim. When did you see him, Miss Landon?
Oh, at least a week. You see, we broke it off. Or anyway, I broke it off. Instead of wanting to throw me out, my husband said he loved me, wanted to keep trying, make a go of it. And I realized what a good man I really had. As for Tim, he left his PDA in my house. When I saw him at the club, I gave the thing back to him, with a little note I wrote on it. Of course he does. He may not be brilliant, but he's not stupid, and he's certainly not blind. Tim is Ty's best friend. They golf every weekend together. Some secrets just won't stay hidden. And when my teenage daughter Jessica learned what was going on and was upset, I really understood how out of line I'd been. Nothing's more important than our children, you know? That's partly why I'm back with Ty. This is painful. Can we... He went ballistic. Not at me, but at Tim. Went out to the Glen and a shouting and shoving match started. Oh, God. I thought Ty was going to kill him on the spot, but some of the members managed to break it up. The judge was a big help. Well, sure. Just stay out of my husband's things. Ty's territorial about his possessions.
Plastic shreds. Small, but possibly important. Russ Cole's clubs at the Landon house. Why? Heather might know. If Russ drew this, the kid's got talent. Why is Ronnie his subject, though? We've got a piece of something. Hair? Stuck to the portrait.
I don't like the sound of relationship, but I will point out Russ had his 18th birthday before we became friendly. So if this is about statutory rape, try again. Don't ask me. I have no idea. Beats me. I thought you were the investigators.
That's all the questions we have for now.
What's up? Image enhancement and microscopy equipment is where that's headed. Animal hair. I'll put it under the microscope for you so you can identify the species. My kind of evidence. Wish some guy would draw a portrait of me like this. Flattering and so romantic. way more romantic than severed limbs and alligator guts, don't you think?
Species is sable martin. What we have here is paintbrush fallout.
All right, but I trust this is confidential. It's not something I like to advertise. I have a position at the club that commands a certain respect. I'm a manager and an athlete, and I have a certain image to maintain that doesn't go along with having a wife who sleeps around. How much of a man could I be if I'm not satisfying my woman? How much? That's what people think. What I think they think anyway. Is it a crime to be discreet? To choose not to air your dirty laundry? I'll deal with this in my own way. That's overstating it. Wasn't like that at all. Oh, I lost it all right. Told Tim and Ronnie what I thought of them. But it didn't quite come to serious blows or anything. She sees it from her end of the telescope. I see it from mine. Why not check with somebody impartial who witnessed the thing? Like Judge Lawford.
That's all the questions we have for now.
Don't you mean Ty, Tim, Jessica, and Russ?
All four were involved? You didn't say that before.
Where young people are concerned, I tend to be, shall we say, judicious about what I say. It seems Russ has been spending an unusual amount of time with Ronnie.
You mean Russ's father has been spending time with Ronnie?
No, I am not senile, Ms. Duquesne. I said what I meant. My lord, the things people do to each other. Even in all my years, I am still able to be surprised by the casual depths of human cruelty. If you insist, I'll fill in the details as best I can. First, I have to say that to me, Palm Glen is a family. Dysfunctional, I will grant you, but a family, and I care about all these people. Don't want you getting the wrong idea about me. I'm not just some old busybody, but I do try to provide counsel and support. Anyway, young Russ and Jessica were sitting at a table at the club, and they weren't getting along. It was getting loud and out of hand. Finally, it simply exploded, with the two young people on their feet, in each other's faces, screaming. Soon, everyone present realized that Jessica knew her mother had been sleeping with Russ. And suddenly, the boy's father, Tim, added himself to the mix, really going off on the girl. You would think he'd be upset with his son, but instead he turned his fury on that poor child, Jessica, calling her a slut like her mother. The girl, to her credit, stood up to him, and the boy's father did something unspeakable. He grabbed the girl and shook her. Suddenly, Ty was in the room, and he rushed over and knocked Tim down. Ronnie witnessed it all, though she wasn't in the thick of it. I tell you, it was a horror show. Violence, emotion, sex. I'm sure some club members were thrilled. I was sickened. Ty's an athlete. He knocked Tim down. I'd be surprised if Tim's nose didn't get broken. Both Ty and Tim were out of control. Ty threatened to kill both father and son. But whether it was a real threat or bravado, that I can't judge. For that matter, Tim grabbed Jessica by the wrists and called her forgive this quote, a slut, just like your mother. Quite a scene, really.
That's all the questions we have for now.
What do you need? Russ never made it to that football camp. I'm in touch with Louisiana authorities and hope to track him down. Otherwise, he may well be our victim. Let me get this straight. Jessica's boyfriend Russ is seduced by Jessica's own mother Ronnie? And Tim, the boyfriend's father, gets abusive with Jessica. Both Tim and Russ are missing and are linked to the severed arm. That's some major involvement for a minor. I'll contact her mother and make it happen.
I don't know. Forever, last week, it's not the kind of thing you mark down in your day planner, you know. I mean, it's like devastating. When Mom cheats on Dad, she cheats on me. On all of us, the whole family. Funny, he's usually really easy to talk to. He's cool for a dad. But whenever I tried to, bring up my suspicions, he would just ignore it. Pretend he didn't even know what I was talking about. Not till that night at the Palm Glen, when he dumped me for my own mother. Do you know how that made me feel? To have the two people I love most in my life betray me like that. What was up with Russ anyway? Is he like some kind of sick pervert or something? I mean, my mother? She's so old. Why are you asking me? I don't know.
That's all the questions we have for now.
That's all I can think of right now. Don't ask me. I have no idea.
Yes? The paintbrush hair matches what we collected from the portrait. We're getting somewhere.
That's all I can think of right now. I told you I want to help. Ask away. Yes, he's a sweet, gentle boy. An unusual combination of athlete and artist. Funny thing is, I misjudged him. I thought he was just another bonehead jock, and I detested that shallow mother of his, and I couldn't stand the thought of my Jessica being with him. So I made a kind of sacrifice. I was doing it for my daughter. And then the poor young fool started talking about loving me, and he drew that lovely portrait, and I just felt terrible about the whole affair. Would you like to hear a sad story? Not long ago, Ty told me he'd be working late. What he was really doing was arranging a romantic evening for us at a local hotel. He came home much earlier than expected, holding an armful of roses for me. Me, I was holding Russ. Funny thing is, he didn't get mad. All the blood drained out of his face. His eyes looked dead. He just swallowed and backed out of the bedroom and disappeared for a while. It wasn't till later at the club that he lost it and punched Tim out. That's when I knew I still loved Ty. After all these years, suddenly, he's my champion again, and I didn't even deserve it.
Can I help you out in this case? Good call. So Ronnie's sleeping with both Colemen, and Ty is threatening to kill them both. Let's poke around some more in the Landon garage.
I can't say I'm pleased to hear that. This has to mean Ty had something to do with Tim and Russ disappearing. But go ahead. His stuff's mostly behind the truck. I'll get it out of the way for you. I was headed out for groceries anyway.
We'd appreciate it. Window's been broken. Make a hasty repair with a plastic bag. We'll run that print at the lab. Progress. I like it. I've got human remains here. It's a severed hand. Well, this is a sickening discovery, but now we have a much better shot at IDing the victim, assuming this is the same one. Ty's golf clubs. Either he's got more than one set, or he doesn't need them when he's giving lessons. Chainsaw blade cover. Oil stain. Worth having the lab ID and cross-check, don't you think? That looks like a chainsaw guard. Let's see what Valera can make of this. A chainsaw would be the perfect tool to sever a human hand, if that's your idea of a good time.
Hey. Scan that print, and the computer's got it. That's in the image enhancement and microscopy equipment. Where else? So, somebody's finally given us a hand in this case. Now we'll have fingerprints to run and DNA for comparison. Guard for a chainsaw. Fits over the chain when not in use. Or did you already know that?
Oil from that severed forearm matches the oil from the Landon garage. Heather Cole's fingerprint, on file for an old break-and-enter charge. This puts her at the Landon homestead. I wonder which Landon invited her over. Surely not Ronnie. We finally have a victim. Tim Cole. Driving under the influence charge from a while back. Now we can finally get to work. However, Russ is still missing. Just because we haven't discovered any of Russ's remains doesn't mean we can cross him off as a possible victim. Hand and forearm a match. DNA is C.S.I.'s best friend. Definitely more reliable than the Palm Glen variety of best friend.
Any way I can help? Judging by the cut marks, the arm was detached from the torso with the aid of a heavy-bladed saw. I thought you'd never ask. Not likely. The wound's cut marks do not indicate the back-and-forth sawing motion you would expect from such a tool. Look for something bigger. I thought you'd never ask. A chainsaw would make a good suspect in this case. I thought you'd never ask. We're definitely assembling one puzzle from these pieces. The hand and arm come from the same person.
Hey, what do you need?
Nobody killed Russ. He's in Louisiana. Do your homework. He called me long distance the other night, on my cell, all weepy and apologetic and stuff, saying how he still loved me and he was ashamed and all about making it with my mom. Would I ever forgive him? As if. He was all drunk and crying and stuff. He was having to yell over a lot of noise. I asked him what the hell was going on, and he said his buddies were helping him drown his sorrows at Mardi Gras. He wasn't at football camp. Never went. Check with his hotel, why don't you? The Thorngate? No way.
The questions we have for now.
Sure, you can ask me about that. Why would I want to hang with old people?
Ahead of you on this one. I've just learned Ross is being held at a police precinct in New Orleans. Drunk and disorderly with a possible pending assault and battery charge. When you get arrested in Mardi Gras, you're really having too much fun. I've arranged for you to talk to him by phone from the police station.
Russ Cole?
This is Russ Cole. Is this Judge Lawford?
No, Callie Duquesne, Miami-Dade C.S.I. Why did you think I was the judge?
I had a call into him to help me get a lawyer. This is a mess down here. I really let my emotions run wild. Why does the C.S.I. want to talk to me?
Russ, something terrible has happened to your father.
Yeah, I know. That's part of why things got out of hand with the drinking. Dad's dead, isn't he? I talked to my girlfriend. Or anyway, she used to be my girlfriend. Jessica Landon? Jess said her dad told her that a human arm was found on the golf course. And that because of our matching championship bracelets, you guys with the cops figured the arm belonged to either Dad or me since we were both missing. Well, I got both my arm and my bracelet. You know, it's sick and funny. My dad wanted to protect the alligator as a species. Now went up and kills him.
That alligator didn't kill your father, Russ. He was already dead when the animal discovered him.
Why in the hell would I want to kill my own father? We were tight. We were best friends.
In the way that he and Ty Landon were best friends? Besides, you were both friendly with Ronnie Landon. Your football camp alibi is shot, Russ, and your father yelled at your girlfriend and even roughed her up. And you had plenty of time to dispose of his body before leaving the state.
But I didn't have time. Sure, I skipped football camp, but me and a carload of buds have been at Mardi Gras since it opened. No, but you gotta know there's a long list of people who would have done it gladly. My sainted mother, for one. Ty, of course, maybe even Jessica.
Ty nearly came to blows with Ronnie's young boyfriend. Plus, she filed for divorce, and obviously she had access to Ty's golf clubs. Let's see what Ronnie has to say for herself now.
I told you I want to help. Ask away. Oh, that. Neighbor kid busted it the other day. A baseball. That's just a temporary patch we made with some garbage bags. I told you I want to help. Ask away. How should I know? At the club, maybe? Ty might have used it to clear brush at the course or something. No, not at my invitation at least. It's possible Ty might have had her over. Anything seems possible now. Tim calls his hand in my golf bag? This is some terrible, sick joke. Some awful nightmare. I mean, I don't claim to be perfect. My bad judgment, my weakness in taking that boy Russ into my arms may have somehow set this terrible turn of events into motion, but I am no murderer. Obviously, somebody put that thing in my bag to frame me. If I had killed somebody, would I be so stupid as to hide part of the body in there? What about Russ? Is he all right? Tell me he is all right.
You should be more worried about yourself right now. How about I run this scenario by you? You worked your charms on Tim, the same seductive way you worked his son into your web. Russ got you in bed, his father got your golf club to the skull. You cut his body into manageable parts in your garage and were dumping them gradually, where you figured no one would ever find them.
No! It's not true. None of it is true. Please, you have to believe me. That's all I can think of right now.
What do you want to know about it? Well, in my garage, of course, with my other tools. Where else would I keep a chainsaw?
Well, we were hoping you'd tell us, since it's not in the garage.
Not that I know about. I mean, Heather was the only one in the Cole household Ronnie wasn't having an affair with, as far as I know anyway.
That's all the questions we have for now.
What do you need? Ty's chainsaw is MIA, and our golf pro threatened to kill the victim. Let's see what he has to say for himself.
Hey, I got zip for you on that one. What do you want to know about it? You found Tim's hand? In Ronnie's golf bag? My God, this isn't happening. It's a nightmare. Okay, I was pissed off at Tim. Who wouldn't be? My supposed best friend hooks up with my wife? Suppose I had done this thing. Why would I leave a damning thing like that in my own wife's golf bag? Look, I don't think Ronnie did this either, but you ought to talk to her. It was her damn bag. Can't help you. Sorry.
Nope, I hate that sport. If you can call it one, that is.
Then maybe you just like to caddy.
If they're not around here, then Russ must have lugged them along to Louisiana.
What if we told you that they're not around here, or in Louisiana?
Hey, there's nothing more I can tell you about that. Why would I want to fraternize with those sexual delinquents, juvenile and otherwise? I knew after that public display of theirs at the Glen. Ronnie's lucky my son is 18, or I'd have you people on that round-heeled whore for statutory rape. If Ronnie Landon killed my husband, and I would not be surprised if she did, she should rot in jail, and then rot in hell.
That's all the questions we have for now.
All right then, go ahead and ask. How should I know? Tim used to share stuff with Ty. Always loaning each other lawn equipment, tools, that kind of thing. Pals sharing possessions, including Ronnie, I guess. Among their other charming qualities, the Landons are leeches.
Can I help you out in this case? Well, we know Ross is alive, so we got a pretty good idea Tim is our victim. Heather's fingerprints were at the Landon home, and the Landons have never had her over. Sounds pretty suspicious to me. Alright, you got your warrant, but I could only convince the judge to grant it for the deck. Not enough reason to go searching the boat yet.
What is wrong with you people? Why aren't you questioning Ronnie Landon and giving her house a toss? She's the damn killer. But I will do anything to cooperate if it'll lead to that slut's downfall.
That's all the questions we have for now. It's pretty dark in here. Scorecard from the Palm Glen with the name Cole. Odd. Date is only 2 days ago, but Heather said she hadn't seen her husband for a week.
That's all I have at the moment. All right then, go ahead and ask. I don't know anything about that.
What's up? That's ready for image enhancement and microscopy.
Oil from the coal deck matches oil from the garage. Oil from the golf course matches the oil from the coal deck. We're getting there.
Hey, what do you need? If you want to put her away for murder, you will have to get more direct evidence she actually killed him. You've got your warrant for the coal boat.
You know, even the best spring cleaning doesn't get out all the spots. Okay, we need to get this blood swab to the lab. A bit of plastic. It might be possible to match it to another sample.
Hey. DNA scanned and waiting in the computer for you. That's in the image enhancement and microscopy equipment. Where else?
Plastic from the coal boat is an exact match to the plastic from the reptile's stomach. It might suggest the body was wrapped, then dumped. Tim Cole's blood is on that boat and the coal deck. Think we found our crime scene? I've got a hunch that we found yet another body part. A guilty finger pointing right at Heather Cole. I think Yelena would agree. Tim Cole's blood is on that boat and the coal deck. Think we found our crime scene?
Can I help you out in this case? Heather appears to have some pent-up aggression here, and the evidence puts her at the Landon house without the owner's knowledge. I think we can bring her in.
Hello, Mrs. Cole. Glad you could join us.
I didn't realize I had a choice.
We have a few questions we'd like to ask you. We've searched your boat and found it had quite a story to tell. Tim's blood, traces of plastic used to wrap the body. Add to that a very interesting tale of infidelity.
That wasn't a question. Question is, why didn't I do it sooner? Tim was an abusive lech. If I could get rid of him, and at the same time rid this town of that lying slut Ronnie, I'd deserve a Citizen of the Year award.
You admit you're no golfer, Heather, but you've still got a good swing. Especially with a readily available weapon like a golf club. You scored a hole-in-one on your husband's head from behind, out on the deck where you put garbage bags down. Crime of passion? Maybe. Impromptu one. You'd already stolen Ronnie's golf club from the Landon and their chainsaw, which you used to dismember Tim, tidily putting his body parts in garbage bags and riding out on your pontoon boat for disposal. But you unintentionally attracted the gators your husband so loved. All that was left to do was a hand in her golf bag. That was over the top, Heather. What murderer would keep such a grisly souvenir just waiting for us to find?
So you figured it out. Goody for you. Tim is still deservingly dead, and my only regret is that cradle-robbing slut Ronnie Landon is still at large.
Nice job. Catch your breath, then we'll put your talents to work on another case. Go to it.
Observational challenges test your memory of the case you just played. Correct answers allow you to improve your evaluation score. Good luck.
We're going to tempt fate this time around, a dance club called Fate, where a late citizen met an unlikely one. Check it out. Speedle's your partner for this case. I'm sure you two will get along great.
Hey, I'm Tim Speedle. It's good to have some help on this case. Seems the FBI has an investigation underway involving this club, which means we're restricted to the murder scene. But they're not telling us much about it yet. Of course, our federal colleagues promise to keep us informed, but I just can't help feeling screwed. Enrique Sanchez? We're with the crime lab.
Hasn't been any crime here that I know of, but hey, I like to keep you guys happy. Let me know what you need. I tend bar and take care of any troublemakers, you know, bounce their asses if need be. Discreetly, of course. Yeah, oh man, what a tragedy. Jack, he was a cool dude. Owned the place, you know. Hands-on kind of guy, but never a pain or nothing. Weird, huh? Light falling out of the rafters like that? Like something out of a movie. Hadn't seen him by the time I left, which was, midnight? That was early for me to punch out, but what the hell's the point, you know? Place was dead. Sorry, poor choice of words. You kidding? He owned the place. Come and go as he pleased. I'm just a small fry, you dig? Pour drinks, bounce butts. Sure, but I guess you know you're supposed to stick to the dance floor, right? What is? The federales have been hanging around, making everybody's life miserable.
Is something besides murder going down at this club, Mr. Sanchez?
Who says it's murder? Anyway, like I said, I'll cooperate.
This bolt could come from our drop stage light. Let's take the bolt in for analysis. It may tell us whether we have an accident or a murder. Shards of glass. If we put this puzzle back together, the mirror will reflect back on the angle that our victim was struck. Smashed disco light. Fell or was dropped. Jack Simmons. Foul play or freak accident. My gut says the former. With the evidence, that'll give us the real answer. Blood. Jack Simmons' blood. Meaning it'll no doubt prove useful. Credit cards and cash missing. Could this have been a robbery? Let's find out if Enrique knows anything about the case situation. Gum on his shoe. Looks like a powdery substance stuck to it. We'll need to run this strange residue through the computer.
Hey. DNA scanned and waiting in the computer for you. What we have here is a microscopic single-cell organism that grows and ferments, producing alcohol and carbon dioxide. Commonly known as yeast. This strain? Used in beer. I'll send it to the microscope so you can take a better look. Fate Club business card. I'll send it to the computer so you can do a search and get the details on this upstanding establishment. Where I come from, a bolt doesn't typically unscrew itself. Doesn't appear to be a manufacturing defect either. A tool unfastened this puppy. Find the tool, and I can match it to these impressions. Glass shards. Might be more to learn if this were in one piece. I'll lay him out on the assembly table behind me so you can put Humpty Dumpty back together again. Who says disco is dead? But when you drop one of these babies on a human head, the music's gonna stop all right.
work. Judging by the shape of the fixture, assuming a straight fall, I'd estimate an angle of impact at 22 degrees from vertical. Wonder if that's consistent with our Vic's wound. We should also take a closer look at the new assembled lens evidence to see if there's anything more we can learn from it.
Hey, a full fingerprint. Cool, I'll toss it into the computer for you, see if we get lucky.
Great. What disco or bar on planet Earth isn't bathed in yeast from spilled beer? Lucky for us, this strain isn't so common. It's a European-style brew. It appears Jack incorporated 2 bars. Doesn't rule out silent partners, though. Let's check out this sports bar, too. The Draft.
What now? No prob. I'll send a crew out to pick up my new tenant. Based on a prelim analysis? Well, we have blunt force trauma to the skull. There's more than one laceration, so it's difficult to say which point of impact caused the fatality. Body temp indicates around 11 o'clock last night. I thought you'd never ask. You noticed that, did you? I found it odd, too. Not just the surface blood, but the livor mortis. Post-mortem internal blood pooling. Suggests our friend was on his back for some time after dying. And yet he was found on his stomach, which suggests he was flipped over at some point, or moved. And dead people don't move themselves. Please do. I'm sure he won't mind.
Looks like Alex cleaned up that nasty head wound. Some interesting marks on our Vic's head under all that blood. What do you make of that gash over the Vic's cheek? Somehow he struck in the side of the head too, causing neural disruption and hemorrhaging. Interesting mark. Unique. You've made quite an impression. We need to know what caused this mark.
The fatal wound causing lethal brain damage is the one above Jack's cheek, putting it around 35 degrees from vertical. If the reassembled mirrored ball suggests a 22-degree impact, then the falling light did not put the victim's lights out. They were already shut off.
Hey, I said I'd cooperate. Just keep in mind, my prints are bound to be all over this place. 'Cause I'm all over this place. They say anything is possible, right? Only I don't see where anybody busted in. And if they did, they wouldn't get nothing. We usually don't leave any cash in the till overnight. Hey, I said I'd help out, but what's with the questioning me about a murder that ain't a murder yet? You guys prove that light was dropped on my boss's cabeza, and hell, I'll be your best buddy. Till then, I got work to do. Look, I got my hands full. The boss is dead. I got a club to run. You show me that Jack was murdered, I'm gonna do anything I can to help. But so far, this is an accident, and my time's valuable, you dig?
I dig that your boss bought it after getting hit in the head. Only it wasn't from a falling light. It's your classic hit alongside the head. If you don't start cooperating, how about we hit you up for a trip downtown?
Whoa, Nelly, what's with the hostility all of a sudden? Jack's other place, the sports bar, is called Whiskey Stop. The Draft was one of the other names him and his partner Ron was considering. You know, till they landed at Whiskey Stop. Ron is Ron. Ron Preston. He's got a big piece of this club too. Him and Jack split all the duties 50-50. But financially, Ron's half is his sports bar. You know, Whiskey Stop. Not around here, other side of town practically. Nice enough area, but they never built up the clientele they deserve. Ron's let the place get a little, you know, run down, but it's still got potential. You want the address? You know Enrique, Mr. Cooperation. Enemies, that's a harsh word, but Jack did get into a kind of, shouting match with that broad, Nikki Winters. She was a waitress here, part-time, sometime trophy piece for Jack. Typical lover's quarrel, I guess, had words. Jack tossed her out on her tail, she threatened his ass and took off. You know how it goes.
That's all we need here, for now. Excuse me. We're with the crime lab. We're looking for Ron Preston.
He's downstairs right now. In the basement. Anything I can do you for? I'm your waitress, Nikki. Well, yeah, how did you know?
I said we were with the crime lab.
We haven't had a crime here. We're even strict about carding.
There was a crime at your old club. Fate. Miss Winters, I'm afraid I have bad news for you. You were in a relationship with Jack Simmons?
I used to be. And as far as bad news, Jack is bad news. Why?
Miss Winters, Jack is dead. He was murdered last night. We need to ask you a few questions.
Jack? Jack's dead? Murdered? No. Listen, I didn't mean anything by what I said. We just broke up recently, and I wouldn't wish that on... Could you give me a moment, please? After Jack fired me at Fate, Ron sort of took me in. Maybe that seems, I don't know, odd. I mean, since they were partners and all. Hey, didn't you ever get so mad at somebody who said I could just wring your neck or whatever? Jack was possessive and paranoid as hell, and he accused me of sleeping with Ron. I only threatened him after he physically threw me out of the bar. If I'd really wanted to get back at him, I could have filed an assault charge. What does that have to do with anything?
Maybe you'd prefer to answer questions back at the station.
Sometimes I think all men are jerks. Yeah, I slept with Ron. Satisfied? Sometimes it gets real lively, and a tumbleweed blows through. Whiskey Stop hasn't been setting Miami on fire. Which sucks for a waitress, because without tips, I'm below poverty level. But things are looking up. We have a new microbrewery. In the basement? Ron's perfecting a recipe that'll have customers flooding the place. Which is why I'm still around. I'll show you. There's a door in our back room.
Thanks, Miss Winters. Maybe we'll take a look around up here if you don't mind.
Knock yourself out. Just because Jack was an SOB doesn't mean that I don't want to help you guys find his killer.
A virtual golf setup. Expensive little toy. Not that it seems to have helped business any. Trophy case. Looks like there's room for expansion. Now check out the bottom of the trophy. Does the emblem look familiar to you? Like maybe it made a real impression on our victim? Like his head? Blood on this trophy. Let's get it in for analysis.
Sorry, I don't know anything about that.
That's all we need here, for now.
Guys, sorry, but this is an employees-only area. Head back on upstairs and tell Nikki I said to give you beers in the house.
Thanks, but we're not customers. We're CSI. Investigating Jack Simmons' murder. You're Mr. Preston?
Yeah, sorry about that. Some customers are curious about the new microbrewery. Glad to be of help, where this awful thing about Jack is concerned. Listen, Nikki and Jack were an item, and I haven't said anything to her about it yet, so...
We've already broken the news to Miss Winters. Now, would you mind answering a few questions about your late partner?
Like I said, anything to help. Fight? That's a little strong, isn't it? We were old friends and longtime partners. We got into it all the time. I mean, running 2 clubs with 2 owners, that takes finesse and patience, and sometimes you ran out of both, you know. First of all, we were arguing, not fighting. About what? What else? Money. Listen, this I would appreciate some discretion on, okay? But somebody had been embezzling from Fate, and I had my suspicions about Jack, got it? But it turns out Jack had his suspicions about me. Anyway, we put 2 and 2 together and came up with Enrique. Nikki? No way. Jack and I never fought over women, and certainly not Nikki. You saw her, she's a dish, but she's got the brains of a baseball. Again, discretion. I'm not proud of it, but we both slept with her, and kind of passed her around without her knowing it. $10 maybe, he was gonna confront Sanchez about the embezzling. I didn't want a thing to do with it. Sanchez was his employee, and that made it his problem. We didn't have any say over who the other guy hired, which is why Nikki still works here at Whiskey Stop. Oh, hell no. Jealous? I told you, she was a plaything for both of us. What Jack didn't like, what I don't like, is Nikki's other little hobby, nose candy and an assortment of recreational drugs. Jack says she was dealing to keep up with her habit, and using Fate as a venue. Beer. I'm creating a new test batch. This is a microbrewery. Hey, I said I'd help any way I could. Just stay shy of my brewing equipment. It's pricey, and I am very secretive about my recipes.
Look to you like something was cleaned up here recently? Me too. From the looks of it, that valve will empty the canister. Without a warrant, we better keep our hands off. We don't want to see Ron's hard work go down the drain. Nice catch. We'll check the symbol against the impression from our Vic. We may have our murder weapon. A beer mug with some beer residue. Let's take it in and do some lab work on it.
Sorry, nothing else for you now.
What do you need? I'll get on it, but I can tell you now that our friend Enrique is a scofflaw, holds a small fortune in traffic violations. Let's impound his vehicle and see if we can find any dirt.
There's a tool in here. Adjustable pliers. Wonder if we found that tool that loosened the stage light bolt. Something on the seat here? Body fluids in the back seat. Couple of possibilities come to mind. Hey, I think I'll let you swab this one. Well, our bouncer bartender is pretty flush. This isn't exactly tip money. Sealed bag of white powder, possibly cocaine. Let's see what the lab thinks.
What's up? Print's been scanned. It's on the computer. Amplified and graphed that DNA, scanned it into the computer already. Go for it. That's ready for image enhancement and microscopy. DNA's amplified and graphed. What are you waiting for? Computer's got it. Computer. Hey. Don't mention it. I'll send this to the image enhancement equipment. In the meantime, if you find anything that might have caused this mark, bring in another chunk of microsil and we'll compare them. Microsealed impression. I'll send that over to the microscope. Microsealed impression. I'll send that over to the microscope. You'll find a sample of that yeast under the microscope. Pliers. A little tool mark magic analysis, and I can tell you if it matches the mark. So I did further analysis, and sorry, the pliers from the Sanchez card didn't make the marks on the bolt. $3,000 cash. Be nice to find that stuffed in a birthday card, huh? Bucking for a transfer to narcotics division, are we? Let's see what the computer has to say.
The sample from the mug is a good quality yeast, but unfortunately we are looking for a lager-based yeast, not an ale. Looks like the sample we swabbed from the floor in the microbrewery isn't the type of beer we're looking for. The beer from this mug matches the beer we swabbed from the floor, which means that the yeast doesn't match what we lifted from the victim's shoe. Enrique handled this light all right. Prints are all over it. We got a match on the print. Dinky Winners. Bobby Bassie, heavyweight boxer. Real animal who liked to hurt people in and out of the ring. One of the trophies from his amateur days. He died 2 years ago, so he's not much of a suspect. Got a match from University DNA Research Project sample. Human genome stuff, most likely. Can't picture Enrique being real interested in the progress of science. But sometimes volunteers get paid. Stimulants like cocaine get absorbed in the bloodstream and block the reuptake of dopamine, which creates pleasurable effects in the brain.
Hey, that car is my baby. Stains don't happen when I'm taking care of it. Who knows after it was impounded? Seagull, maybe? Cocaine? I don't go near that stuff. That's what I get for cooperating, right? Unfair, unfounded accusations.
That's all we need here, for now.
Hey man, I'm up for helping. What do you want to know about that? Hey, I clean that baby regularly along with the other lights. Like I clean the dance floor, the toilets. I mop up in there too. Just another perk from my generous employers. Hey man, I'm up for helping. What do you want to know about that? What are you talking about? Don't know nothing about that, bro. Don't know nothing about that, bro. Hey man, I'm up for helping. What do you want to know about that? Don't know nothing about that, bro. Look, I don't think it's a good idea for me to answer any more of your questions. So I'm not going to unless you got a warrant in your back pocket. Don't know nothing about that, bro.
That's what Ron's been saying. I don't know for sure, but I will tell you one thing. For a guy making crap money like he does, he sure has a nice car. And women to go with it. Can't help you on that one.
Evidence is pointing a finger straight at Nikki Winters. The prints are all over these drugs.
You think I've got a drug problem? Look, I'm no angel. I partied a bit in my day, but I've been clean for years. Years! You think either Jack or Ron would put up with that? A druggy waitress? What, did Ron tell you that? Well, he's a damn liar, but he does know about drug problems, all right. His own.
That's all we need here, for now.
What do you want to know about that? Can't help you on that one.
Hey, what do you need? Let's see, I'll look up the records. Nothing on Nicky, but Ron? He got himself accused on drug trafficking. But the charges were dropped. Insufficient evidence.
No, but I thought I already made that perfectly clear to you people. No kind of drugs. Check your own records. The charges were dropped. I already told you to look at Nikki. Do I stutter? She was fired from Fate because of it.
We're not getting anywhere fast. Let's see if Yelena has gotten the Sanchez bank statements yet. That's all we need here, for now.
Can I help you out in this case? Bank just faxed over records showing Enrique transferring a considerable amount to an unknown account. The bank statement has the account numbers for both accounts involved in this transaction. You can take a printout of it.
Yes? Set up a special link on the computer for that.
Wow, there's almost 60 grand in this foreign account. Twice what our friendly neighborhood bartender makes in a year. Of course, Enrique might be hoarding tip money overseas to avoid taxes, if he's been saving up his quarters for a decade or so. Otherwise, he was an embezzler like his employers suspected.
Sorry, man, my memory's not too good lately about stuff like that.
That's all we need here, for now.
Don't know nothing about that, bro.
Hey, what do you need? The evidence? Cash in his car, large mysterious bank transactions, indicates Enrique was embezzling. Let's bounce the bouncer into our world.
What are you talking about?
We came up with $3,000 in cash in your car, and bank records showing you sending a whole lot of money overseas.
Oh, you found us stuff, huh? Yeah. Well, okay, so I've been helping myself a little from the till. I mean, what the hell? I really run the place, but because I'm not one of their white bread yuppies, Jack and Ron, they stiff me. Just the bouncer, the bartender, and the glue that holds Fate together, man. I never took one dime I didn't have coming. Confronted? He never confronted me. Weren't you listening when I told you? I never saw him last night.
Or did you get into an argument with Jack, who figured out you'd been skimming? An argument that escalated. So you did your bouncer thing, hitting him alongside the head. Maybe you'd mean it to be a fatal blow, but it was one. First you emptied Jack's wallet, then you did your own special dance, Enrique. Staging an accident, putting the body under that light, clipping the supports, and crashing that ball into a dead man.
I thought you were crime scene investigators. Sounds more like crime scene speculators to me, man. Don't know nothing about that, bro.
That's all we need here, for now.
Hey, man, I'm up for helping. What do you want to know about that? That stuff wasn't mine. You gotta believe me, man. That's Nikki's powder. What I get for being a gentleman, you know? Just give her a ride home and the airhead leaves a package in my car and makes me look dirty. You think I'd leave that in my car if it was my stash? Hell, if I knew that stuff was there, I'd have flushed it. I mean, with the FBI sniffing around, damn. Don't know nothing about that, bro.
Can't just yet. Try finding a strong linkage between suspect and crime scene. With this drug info, we'll have the FBI working with us. You've earned this warrant. Go explore the rest of your fate.
Somebody left us a little bit of their genetic code on this tap. Blood. But is it our victim's blood? You know, murder may have been on tap around here, and this could be what made the odd cut in the Vic's head. Enrique's hobby is stealing from Jack Simmons. Why should Jack's death change anything? Lifting the cash from his dead boss's billfold and stuffing it into an envelope and sneaking it out to his car. It's easy stuff. A rolled C note, and C may stand for more than century in this case. Something else. Similar. Try something similar. White powder inside a rolled bill. Gee, I wonder what this substance might be. Well, I never thought our perp flew up to loosen that light. Now we know how he or she made the climb.
What's up? Amplified and graphed that DNA, scanned it into the computer already. Go for it. Scan that print, and the computer's got it. I vote for cocaine, but even when it seems this obvious, we gotta verify on the computer. Prints in the computer. Hey, don't mention it. Microsealed impression. I'll send that over to the microscope. Money rolling in. Pre-rolled this time.
The evidence tells a story at odds with Nikki's own. We have her prints on the cash, and we have them on the drug package, too. No great leap to say that she's a likely dealer or user. Or both. Enrique's hands weren't just in the till. They're all over the DJ booth ladder, too. I don't think there's a match in that set. And we have a winner. Cocaine it is.
What do you need? Nikki Winters denies any drug use, much less dealing. And yet her prints are turning up all over $100 bill rolled up with cocaine filling. Let's talk to her and clear up this little inconsistency.
Nikki, your fingerprints are on a rolled-up C-note with cocaine residue. And on a big bag of coke found in Enrique's car. Enrique says the drugs are yours, and Ron indicates you have a long, sad history with drugs. What do you have to say?
Just say no? Okay. Okay, the coke in the car was mine, and I probably did handle that C-note. But it was all Jack's idea. Jack offered me a quarter of the profits from both Fate and Whiskey Stop. Said I deserved it for all my hard work I put in, you know? All I had to do was help frame Ron for drug trafficking, and I'd be a wealthy woman. Who says I have? I turned Jack down. I wasn't gonna help railroad some poor guy into jail just so I could feather my own nest. What kind of girl do you take me for? That's why Jack fired me. So you know what I did? I went to Ron, and I told him everything. I think so. I'm pretty sure that Jack made the same offer to Sanchez as to me. About putting the finger on Ron? Jack said he did, anyway.
That's all we need here, for now.
Can't help you on that one. Can't help you on that one. Can't help you on that one. Can't help you on that one.
Yeah, let's have another chat with him.
He said he put me in for 25% of everything from both bars. Not a lowball offer by any means. So that's why, you know, the drugs. That's why they were in my car. Nikki and me, we talked it over and she said, man, she didn't want nothing to do with Jack's plan. Me, I was still thinking it over, so I, held on to the snow, you know? But I didn't go through with it. That you gotta believe. Look, my judgment was bad. I'm the first to admit it. I told Jack yes, and he gave me the drugs to plant, alright? Only I couldn't sleep that night. My stomach was all screwed up. Kept thinking about the deal. And the next day I tell Jack, hey man, I'm out. O-U-T. But before I get a chance to give the bag of coke back to him, he gets himself killed. Which is why you found a stash in my car. See? I was bringing the junk back to Jack. He didn't go off on me or anything. I mean, I wasn't his favorite dude in the world at that moment. But he was cool. Basically cool. Just says, okay, I'll take care of things myself. All I asked was to keep my mouth shut.
That's all we need here, for now.
Hey man, I'm up for helping. What do you want to know about that? How many times I gotta tell you? Any work done around here, I done it, and I don't wear gloves. Don't know nothing about that, bro. Don't know nothing about that, bro.
Jack hit up both Enrique and Nikki to help blackmail his partner Ron, and Nikki told Ron about the plan. Murder motives don't come much more clear-cut than that. Let's bring our brewmeister in.
Ah, Mr. Speedle, isn't it? Nice to see you again. Is, this your new partner? You may not know me, though you've no doubt heard of me. Donnie Bronson? If the shoe don't fit, you must acquit. Defender of the innocent. I can say this humbly, because I've never lost a case.
Always a first time, Mr. Bronson. I assume you're here representing a client?
That's right, Ron Preston. I'll just sit in and make sure everything is by the book. Not that you CSIs would ever take advantage of a suspect by talking without a lawyer present. I'm sure that never happens. Not under the watchful eye of that great straight shooter, Horatio Kane.
We just have a few questions for Mr. Preston. Ron, Nikki Winters tells us that you are aware that your late partner was planning to frame you on drug charges. But you didn't share that with us. Now, didn't that strike you as pertinent?
Not really. I knew about the scheme. Nikki told me, yeah, but with Jack dead, it was past history. Moot point. Why bring it up?
Ron, you're not required by law to answer any of these questions. Actually, I recommend you don't.
My attorney's advice. I don't wish to answer any of your questions at this time.
My client has already cooperated above and beyond his civic duty over the course of this investigation. If you want more information from him, you'll have to convince me of its appropriateness first.
Fine. We'll be serving a warrant to search the downstairs brewery at the whiskey stop and let the evidence do the talking.
Sorry. Nothing else for you now.
So Ron admits knowing Jack was planning to frame him for drug trafficking, and Nikki heard the two partners arguing heatedly on the night Jack was murdered. Take a warrant to the brewery and see what else you can find.
Is that something down at the bottom of the vat? Wonder if we can drain this sucker. Looks like that emptied the vat. There goes the experimental brew.
Yes? That's in the image enhancement and microscopy equipment. Where else? A pair of locking pliers with some pretty unique details on the clamping surface. Enough for me to match them to other marks. The locking pliers matching the marks on the bolts. You've achieved perfection. It matches the striations.
A Bavarian lager. This beer would have had a very distinctive flavor. I bet it would have been good.
Can I help you out in this case? Let's invite him back.
Sorry. Nothing else for you now. Ask me about that if you like. Don't ask me. Nikki probably dropped it in there, spoiling a perfectly good batch of beer in the process.
Hey.
What do you need? Yeah, let's have another chat with him.
Why shouldn't he? We were partners in both clubs. He was always dropping by to see what kind of creation I was cooking up in the brewery.
We don't need any more cooperation from you, Mr. Preston, to know what went down. You and Jack argued, it got out of hand, and it turned physical. Enraged, you smacked him in the head, killing him instantly. You probably didn't mean for it to happen, but afterwards, you did what you had to do. You carted his body to the disco, you laid him out on the floor, positioning beneath the mirrored ball, and then you tampered with the bolt so the light would crash into the corpse, and you hoped disguise what really killed Jack.
A very imaginative story, Mr. Speedle, but just a story. You CSIs have a big fat pound of air. See you in court, if you really want to bother.
Don't let that slick lawyer get you down. You gave the DA's office plenty to work with. You did your job, now let the prosecutors do theirs. An unidentified boat has turned up at a local marina. No name, no serial numbers. Now that may not seem like a job for CSI, but when the marina manager went aboard, he found a crew of one dead female, that is. Hook up with Eric Delco. He's one of our best, and check out this nautical mystery.
So, you're the new recruit, huh? Well, it sounds like you're making a big splash around here. Eric Delco. Glad to have you aboard. But right now, we've got some cleanup to do in here. It appears the life of this party ended up a victim. It's cool in here. Air conditioning was left on. Shot in the head. Damn, she was a living doll. Emphasis on was. Who did this to her? Finger marks around the neck. Now why strangle her, then shoot her in the head? Kind of redundant, don't you think? Somebody got lucky, and so did we. We'll have DNA to work with. Why do I think this camera wasn't for routine surveillance? Somebody uninstalled electronic gear here. Let's grab a picture. The way that boat is decked out for kinky fun and games, I don't imagine these home movies are family vacations. Marine rope, usually used to tie up boats. What's this doing here anyway? Seem out of place to you? We have a cabin tricked out into a carnal carnival. Rope and duct tape weren't used to wrap packages here. At least not the kind you take to the post office. Bondage and S&M fantasies don't always lead to murder. Somebody was playing peekaboo camera. I wonder if all the participants knew they were the stars of the show. Picture's worth 1,000 words unless somebody tears it into tiny pieces. I'd like to see what somebody didn't like seeing.
Any way I can help? Glad to. A team is on its way now. Not long, but with rigor mortis absent, I'd say perhaps 48 hours. Complete rigor begins to dissipate after 18 to 36 hours after death, and in the typical body is completely gone within 48 to 60 hours. No question. With the vaginal ripping combined with those marks, I'd normally suggest she'd been raped. But we have no evidence of struggle. No blood or skin beneath the victim's fingernails, in a setting that suggests rough sex play is par for the course. Here's a semen sample extracted from the Vic. Possibly. The problem here is the bruises on the wrists and neck could also suggest willing sadomasochistic sex play. Date rape turned into murder? Possibly. A wide variety of inhalation anesthetics can affect the nervous system, causing unconsciousness or skeletal muscles to relax, Though I haven't found traces of anything in her system, it's not always easy to find. Please do. I'd be glad to see if you can find something I missed.
Entry wound is small. Bullet doesn't seem to have exited the brain.
I did, but it wasn't anywhere near the entry wound. I had to look around for it. You know how these smaller bullets can ricochet around inside a skull?
Hey. Ejaculate, the place where life begins, right down to the genetic code. It's also where identification begins. I've sent the DNA over to the computer. DNA's amplified and graphed. What are you waiting for? Computer's got it. To turn this into evidence, you're gonna have to put the puzzle pieces together. I've set it up for you on the assembly table behind me. Do-it-yourself porn, and our Vic is the star, but there's no snuff film here. Things get a little kinky, but for the most part, stay friendly. Don't know what kind of rope tricks I can whip up from this. I'll send some fibers over to the microscope for a closer look. Duct tape, 1,000 everyday uses. If you want, I can send it over to the microscope for you. Bullet from our Vic. Let's take a closer look. Check the microscope.
Well, our yacht has a name, anyway. Misfortune. Might be worth having Valera set up a search link on the computer.
Check the computer. I've set up a special search link for you. No problem.
The tear marks on this tape give it a unique identity, just like fingerprints. If we find other sections of tape with matching tear marks, they might help us piece this mystery together. Not surprising, just the kind of small slug, .22 caliber, that pinballs around inside a victim's head, then stays there. Which is good for us, not so good for the murderer. This boat is registered to Ella Sinclair, and as for that 911 call made 2 days ago, it matches a yacht of this description. Could be a blind alley, but we better go down it just the same. Let's get the 911 call recording from Yelena.
What do you need? Sure. Let me just check the local phone service providers. Here we go. Phone belongs to a Thad Wilson. Has a place on the bay which would not come cheap. Better check it out. It'll still be in the database. Here it is. Digital version of the 911 recording made 2 days ago.
There's a woman in this boat at my deck. A yacht, cream-colored with burgundy and light blue trim. She's in trouble, naked in a red cabin. She might be dead. Oh my God, it's pulling away.
I'm Eric Delco. We're with the Miami-Dade Crime Lab, and, aren't you Julia Alvarez?
Of course I am. If you are with the police, don't you know where you are? What is this about anyway?
I'm sorry, Miss Alvarez. Just didn't expect to run into a celebrity. We were expecting a Mr. Thad Wilson.
Well, that's very flattering, Mr. Delco. But what do you want with Thad? I'm his wife. He's my manager. Don't you people pay any attention to the media?
My role today is as a C.S.I, and if you wouldn't mind answering a few questions, we can let you get back to your busy life.
I'm never too busy to help out the authorities. Please go ahead and ask. "911 call? No. No, I can't say I have. No, I'm sorry, he's out, taking care of business." You mean a maid? Or what are you implying? That Julia Alvarez's husband needs other female companionship? Wouldn't you think I would be enough?
Miss Alvarez, no offense was intended, but that 911 call was from a woman on a phone registered to your husband.
No! How many times do I have to tell you?
We were just hoping you could answer the question. We'll look into the matter ourselves then. Thank you, Miss Alvarez.
Hey, what do you need? With a celebrity performer like her, that's a snap. Here's an audio clip from a recent radio interview.
We have been lucky to chat in a national market where Latin music is the exception, not the rule. And I think we have hit the bullseye again. Great rhythm and a melody you just can't get out of your head.
We've got 2 audio samples now, but it'll take a voice print analysis in the lab to confirm a match.
Yes? I had our audio tech, Tyler Jensen, prepare a sound spectrograph of the call. It'll give you a voice print showing fundamental frequency, harmonics, and intensity of the voice. It's in the computer. I had Tyler Jensen make a sound spectrograph or voice print for you for comparison. It's in the computer.
This indicates Julia, despite denying it, did indeed make that 911 call. Maybe the evidence will convince her to really help the authorities this time.
I'm very busy. Do you mind? Well, if you must ask, ask. But please, I am a busy woman. I have told you repeatedly, I did not call 911. Please leave my property.
Maybe you'd like to make a personal appearance downtown.
I have nothing more to say, and your threats don't impress me in the least.
Lifestyles of the rich and famous. What a pain.
Can I help you out in this case? Despite denying it, we know Miss Alvarez made the 911 call 2 days ago. We also know that she mentioned a boat like the Misfortune and a woman who seems to be our Vic. We need any information our songbird has, and have every right to bring her in to sing for us.
Ready to perform now, Miss Alvarez?
Look, I know you think I'm acting like some kind of diva, but I just can't be part of this affair. I don't know any more than what is on that 911 call, that anonymous call, all right? And really, I just can't abide any more bad publicity right now. You know that saying, no such thing as bad publicity, long as they spell your name right?
I can understand that you don't want to be tied to bad publicity, but all we're asking is that you share and we'll shield you from the media.
Now you tell me. Every photographer in Miami took my picture as you people escorted me here in the police car. Go on. Ask your damn questions. There really isn't much to tell. 2 nights ago, I came home from a charity fundraiser at the Palm Glen Club, just hoping to relax out on my deck in the evening breeze. I was not happy to find a strange yacht tied up to our private pier. I went on board to give the captain a piece of my mind. Only what I found wasn't the captain. The first mate, maybe that naked woman in that garage room on the bed, looking deader than disco. I booked it off that boat faster than a paparazzi outside a celebrity wedding. I came in and called 911. But while I was on the phone, I looked out the window and saw that boat taking off. Well, I figured I must have jumped to the wrong conclusion. She must have been fine. Not dead at all. Dead drunk, maybe, but sober enough to pilot that boat away, at least. I mean, who else could have been at the wheel? I just hung up and fixed myself a drink, which I did not have out on the dock. He stayed behind, at the Palm Glen. It was the big event of the season, and I just, felt like heading home a little early. Thad was having a fine old time, and I encouraged him to stay. I'd been in a recording session all day and had a hell of a headache going. Then everybody at the club was after me to sing a song or two. And the band there was just a bunch of rank amateurs, and last thing I wanted to do was sit in with them. All I wanted was to get away from that noise and all those people. Probably home by now. Could somebody get hold of him and have him send our driver out to pick me up? Assuming you're satisfied that I cooperated fully.
Sorry, Miss Alvarez. We're going to have to ask you to stick around. You know how fans are. They always want an encore or two.
No, never saw her or that awful boat.
It's all we need for now.
This is a private doc, fellas. You need help?
I'm Eric Delco, and we're with the Miami-Dade Crime Lab. Are you Thad Wilson, sir?
I am. But there seems to be some mistake. I haven't reported any crime.
We're following up on several leads in a murder case.
Murder? I can't imagine how I could be of help. But if I can be, I want to be. If you have any questions, by all means, ask. 2 nights. Let me see. Would that have been the night of the fundraiser at the club? The Palm Glen, that is. I was there with my wife, but I'm afraid we, got into a bit of an argument and she kind of, well, stormed out. Listen, this is rather personal, and what with Julia celebrity and all, could you please be discreet? Anyway, I just wandered out onto the golf course by myself and tried to, I don't know, get my thoughts together. Even the best marriages can hit a rocky patch, you know? And well, I was just bummed out and trying to deal with it. Julie and I don't own a boat. Never have. We like to come down and sit and relax and look out on the water, but we don't use the dock for boats. We don't even have friends who own boats. Like a clumsy fool is how. Gutting a fish and the knife slipped. It was pretty bad, blood everywhere. Had to get stitches. You're more than welcome to do anything that'll aid in your investigation. Oh, but I should say, we had this swarm of seagulls pay us an unexpected visit, and they left their messy little calling cards all over the deck. You'll find more seagull droppings than evidence, I'm afraid. I haven't been out there since.
It's all we need for now. Must be Thad's blood from that knife mishap gutting that fish, assuming he's telling the truth. Well, help from above. A shoe print baked into seagull droppings. Keep up the good work, and you won't need me around anymore.
What's up? DNA scanned and waiting in the computer for you. Shoe prints scanned and in the computer. Tiny bit of fiber. You'll get a better look under the microscope. I'll send it over.
We've confirmed that Miss Fortune was tied up at Thad and Julia's dock. A match. This could mean that Thad was on the yacht. Intimately on that yacht. But we need a DNA sample directly from him to verify that. This also raises other questions, which we need to ask.
Sure. Go ahead and ask away. I don't think so. With a name like that, you'd think I'd remember.
With your semen found aboard the Miss Fortune, I think you should remember.
Now that's crazy. Just impossible. I have never been on that boat. Look, we may have a dock, but we don't even own a boat. It just came with the place. I don't like the stupid things. I get seasick. Now, if you found my puke in there, that would be more likely. You better recheck your science, guys. Not without a warrant, you can't. You're invading my privacy enough as it is.
It's all we need for now.
What do you need? Let's invite him back.
That's right. That's what I told you before. Don't you remember?
I remember you saying that you had a headache. Long day of recording, lousy band making noise at the club.
Well, that's true too. But in addition, my husband can be an insensitive jerk sometimes, and his constant yammering in my ear, that was making my headache worse. I'm very busy. Do you mind? Well, if you must ask, ask. But please, I am a busy woman. Thad was seeing a sexual therapist. How I deal with that or not is my own business. It's personal, all right? My fight with Thad had to do with this recent internet embarrassment. Bad publicity like that, I don't need. I'm a performer whose image is tied up with sexuality. Having my husband... Well, I already said too much. We've never met. I do know her name is Ella Sinclair, and that she was a fraud. She is in fact a XXX movie star. Perhaps you have seen her in such a fine fare as Chili Dog Chicks and Road to Perspiration. Or perhaps the little indie flick on the net, co-starring my husband, whose sexual problems suddenly appear solved. My fashion consultant read about them in a supermarket tabloid and told me. I dismissed it as trash until I did a little web search of my own. At the club, at the fundraiser, that's what the argument was about. All right? Satisfied?
It's all we need for now.
Oh my God. You know about that? Gentlemen, I truly am embarrassed. What can I say? Julie and I have been having problems. And when she learned about that video, she went off like a rocket. And who can blame her? Don't think so. I meet a lot of people in my business, though. Suppose it's possible, but I don't think so.
I'm sure you do meet a lot of people. But do you usually leave your DNA behind on the bed where they were murdered?
Well, she said her name was Stella. Stella Claire. And it was therapy. Why are you looking at me like that? My psychologist prescribed her to me. 'Cause of this performance anxiety type problem. Yes, it was perfectly straight up, so to speak. She's a sexual surrogate, helps people with intimacy issues. And the tapes she made herself. I knew about it. She was monitoring these sessions so she could chart my improvement. When I heard the tapes had found their way to the net, I was beside myself, as you might imagine. I threatened legal action, but Miss Claire claimed she wasn't responsible. Said that Troy had collected the tapes from her a week earlier.
If what you're saying is true, then finding DNA in her bed would make perfect sense.
Troy Sullivan. Dr. Sullivan, my psychologist. He's who prescribed Miss Claire's therapy sessions. Maybe you've heard of him. He's well known.
Oh, we've heard of him. He's a paid expert witness in numerous criminal cases. Always for the defense.
She blew her stack, which wasn't fair. I told her that I was getting help in that, department. But I just hadn't told her to what extent or how. And then she acted like I was going to a prostitute or something.
Imagine. When all you were doing was innocently paying this woman to have sex with you.
No, I don't like the things. But Julia? She doesn't go anywhere without one. Star like her needs protection from stalkers and other nutcases.
It's all we need for now.
Can I help you out in this case? Close variants like that are typical for aliases. Let's check. Well, here's a hit for Stella Claire. Our sex therapy teacher is moonlighting in a related field. Seems she's a rising star in adult films. Her diplomas in sexual therapy may be well earned, but they're phony just the same. And she's had several prostitution busts to boot. Should be a snap. With this address on the east side, he must be doing all right. These must be some fancy digs. Yeah, let's have another chat with him.
You know I do, and you know why. Famous people make enemies, and friends, some of whom get too friendly.
Where is it now?
In my purse. Why? Did you want it?
What do you think, Miss Alvarez?
I'm very busy. Do you mind?
Yes? Small but deadly. Whatever happened to a gal just packing a can of mace in her purse? I've put a search into the computer and a discharged bullet from this weapon into the microscope.
The caliber is correct, but the rifling does not match. Looks like we may be looking for another murder weapon. Seems Julia's gun actually belongs to Thad. Remember him? The guy who said he hated guns, never owned one in his life?
Sorry, officers. That's all I can think of for now. Sure. Go ahead and ask away. I don't, really. I mean, I paid for it, but it's my wife's. I told you that.
What do you need? Yeah, let's have another chat with him.
I'm very busy. Do you mind? Well, if you must ask, ask. But please, I am a busy woman. It's not his gun. It's mine. I mean, he bought it for me, but I use it. I protect myself with it, I mean.
Eric, what brings you here?
I'm surprised you remember me.
Why, of course I do. We're both servants of the law, each in his own way. This must be a new partner. Nice to meet you. How can I help Miami-Dade's finest? I do, but we already have a problem. And I'd so hoped to be of help. Thad's a patient, and of course, client-patient privilege precludes my sharing any information about him. Sorry.
Thad told us voluntarily that he's been seeing a sexual therapist at your prescription.
As I indicated, I'm not really in a position to confirm or deny that. Now, that's a ridiculous question. You could ask anyone on the street, and they'd say yes. Of course I know her, personally, not just as a fan. Her music is not to my taste, rather too raucous and repetitious, but she's a charismatic performer, and personally, quite charming. I do. She is, in fact, a sexual therapist, and I have on occasion referred patients to her when their sexual problems are related to emotional distress. You must be mistaken. She has impeccable credentials. She's a highly intelligent, articulate professional.
Professional is right. Thanks for your time, Doc. We'll confer again.
Can I help you out in this case? Ask and you shall receive. Dr. Sullivan is the guy who can illuminate Thad's little problem. We'll pick up the good doctor for you.
We're going to try again, Doctor. We have questions about Thad Wilson, Ella Sinclair, and Julie Alvarez.
Now that you've gone through proper channels, I'll of course cooperate. I don't like it. It's a violation of my ethics, but you give me no choice. In his public life, Thad is dominated by a strong woman, Julia. In private, to perform sexually, he needs to dominate women. Within reasonable, bounds, this can be acceptable behavior, but he has been known to get out of bounds, rough, enraged, out of control. Thad could, indeed, have killed Ella. Specifically, he likes to indulge in sexual play involving asphyxia with his partner. This is a more common sexual practice than you might think, and of course usually stops short of endangering the partner. However, with Thad, the less his partner likes the act, the more he gets aroused. Combining the act of love with punishment is obviously dangerous in every sense. You see, dominating women in Thad's life extends back to his mother and grandmother and, well, that's more than you need or wish to know, I'm sure. But I will confirm that, yes, I prescribed Ella to him. You use that term in a demeaning and judgmental way. An individual who performs in adult video and film is a professional. So is a sexual surrogate. Many psychologists will assign such films, prescribe them if you like, to patients with sexual problems as a learning tool. She specializes in retraining men with dangerous sexual behavior, guiding them into alternative, safer arousal. Ella had quite a touch for curing a variety of sicknesses. That's all I can tell you right now.
Let's invite him back.
Well, actually, yes, this is embarrassing. My husband likes rough play. In bed. It's consensual. I'm very busy. Do you mind?
Sorry, officers. That's all I can think of for now.
Hey, what do you need? Physical evidence and his psychologist indicates that Thad is capable of killing. Plus bruise marks on Ella's neck. Let's get Mr. Rough Stuff in here for a little chat. And get his DNA while you're at it.
What's this about? I've been open and helpful to you people. I've done nothing wrong. Of course not. I didn't kill her or anyone ever. I hadn't had an appointment with Stella, or Ella, for over a week. I already told you people I was walking around the golf course out at Palm Glen with me, myself, and I. Sometimes I just need to be alone. Listen, my world is falling down all around me. Can't you cut me a break? How would you like it if your marriage was coming apart at the seams and you were all over the internet having rough sex with a sex partner who's turned up freaking dead?
Well, look on the bright side, Thad. If you killed Ella, where you'll be going, they like rough sex too.
Go ahead! Try to scare and intimidate me all you want, but I still wasn't on the boat that night. Julia? Don't be ridiculous. She may seem brassy and even abrasive sometimes, but she's got a gentle soul. She's an artist. Wouldn't hurt anybody, except maybe a critic. But if either one of us had done it, we're not stupid. We wouldn't leave evidence laying around.
Maybe not, but maybe you dumped it over the side. Maybe we need to go diving. Maybe I need to see if Yelena can pinpoint the best spot for us to go under.
Sounds like I don't have a choice anymore. Go ahead, but be gentle with me.
It's all we need for now.
The Coast Guard did some reconstructing of their radar records for us. Assuming evidence was tossed overboard, and based on a course tracked for the boat, I think we got a good spot to try searching for the murder weapon.
Okay, we've got a minicam attached to your short-range scuba gear, so I'll be able to keep track of you and your findings. But right now, your point of view is better than mine. Good catch. I couldn't make out that cell phone. Blends in with the rocks. Better snag it. You never know what's gonna turn out to be critical. Could be our missing gear from the misfortune. You shouldn't stray too far with the short-range scuba gear you're wearing. Better stay close for now.
What's up? Amplified and graphed that DNA, scanned it into the computer already. Go for it. Print's been scanned. It's on the computer. No significant water damage, thankfully. I was even able to pull a movie clip from that phone. Last 3 frames give the only significant detail, though. I sent them over to the image enhancement equipment. That's ready for image enhancement and microscopy. Plastic bottle has a hole in it, and I don't mean the one the cap goes over. The hole through the bottom means the bottle got completely exposed to the salt water. No hope of finding gunpowder traces. But it may have been used as a makeshift silencer. This is high-tech and high-end, not exactly garbage that you might toss over the side into the drink.
The contents of that duffel bag definitely came from the misfortune. That looks like a name brand on the top of that shoe. Pagley. We've drawn some real aces, but I don't think we have a pat hand yet. For so much evidence, we still don't have a murder weapon. Let's get Yelena's read. Doesn't look like there's a match in that set.
What do you need? You still don't have a murder weapon, so consider this. The stuff you found? Our perpetrator might have just dropped it over the side of the boat. But a killer would really toss the murder weapon. We'll set you up with better dive gear that'll give you more range. Go back to the underwater side and try searching further out.
Now we're cooking. We've got our murder weapon. Let's find the hand that used it.
Hey. Image enhancement and microscopy equipment is where that's headed. You'll find a search link in the computer for that gun you found. Took the liberty of putting a bullet from its chamber into the image enhancement equipment, too.
Duct tape must have attached the bottle to the snout of the gun, creating a pop bottle silencer and making an exit wound in the plastic at the bottom of the bottle. Looks like the sea gave up our murder weapon, all right. Perfect match on the two slugs. Can't wait to hear Troy Sullivan explain how this is perfectly innocent, that he always keeps his gun underwater for safekeeping.
Can I help you out in this case? Yeah, let's have another chat with him.
Sorry, nothing more for you. Go ahead and ask. I might even have an answer. You'll have to ask Ella. I gave it to her over a week ago, when she said she was feeling scared, celebrity stalkers and such. Sure, for what good it'll do you.
It's all we need for now.
Let's invite him back.
I can't tell you anything about that.
It's all we need for now.
Yeah, let's have another chat with him.
Sorry, officers. That's all I can think of for now.
Hunches aren't reasons. If you want a warrant, convince me with facts.
What's up? Prints in the computer. Hey, don't mention it.
Troy's fingerprints are linked directly to the murder weapon on the duct tape used to attach the jury-rigged pop bottle silencer.
What do you need? His gun was near the crime scene and his fingerprint is on the duct tape from the makeshift silencer. Go to his home and see what you can find.
I'm getting a sick feeling. These clippings cover the last 6 months of that rash of prostitute killings. The media doesn't know it, but the bodies revealed evidence of necrophilia. I didn't think this case could get nastier. We need Alex. Brand name loafers. Pagley. We've seen the brand of these shoes before, but that won't hold up in court. We need 2 full shoe prints to get a positive match before we can consider it evidence.
Hey. Nothing special about the shoe, but maybe the tread will give you something more. I'll scan and drop it into the computer for you.
What now? I can neither confirm nor deny. However, it would fit the pattern of our working woman serial killer investigation.
Yes?
We've placed Troy on the dock on the night of the murder. We have our killer.
Hey, what do you need? Let's invite him back.
That's all I can tell you right now. Go ahead and ask. I might even have an answer. I really don't know. I have some duct tape around my place, used for all sorts of repair purposes and so on. Someone may have borrowed that, innocently, or even to make things difficult for me. I don't remember saying I did it. Maybe you could remind me.
Julia was prowling the misfortune, having a look around the strange boat tied to her dock when she came upon Ella looking dead. Only Ella wasn't dead yet. When Julia hopped off the boat and went inside to make her 911 call, you made your getaway, Doctor. Sailing somewhere else more private to finish what you started. Which you did by putting a bullet in the troubled woman's brain.
I've appeared in court enough times to know that showing how a crime may have gone down isn't enough. All the circumstantial evidence in the world won't sell a jury without the why. That little thing called motive. I don't remember having one.
Are you sure, Doctor? Maybe you should heal yourself, 'cause you are sick. Those clippings in your room connect to this crime, the killing of a prostitute. Ella, as a sexual surrogate and porn actress, certainly fits to the cycle of such killings that we at Miami-Dade C.S.I. have been trying to crack for months. Tell me this, Dr. Sullivan. Why wait until after your victims were dead to have your way with them?
You know, I really couldn't say. Maybe I could use a good head shrinker. And as far as healing myself, I just wouldn't have the objectivity. I'd be a lawyer defending himself, a fool for a client. And Mr. Delco, if you need an expert witness to testify for you in this case, maybe you should look elsewhere.
The mysteries of the mind are beyond even the best CSI. What a suspect has to say isn't as important as finding, following, and listening to the evidence. Nice work. day of sun, but no fun at the beach. We have a body that's been catching rays long enough to get burned permanently. Yelena's pulling double duty on this case. She'll be joining you in the field. If you need warrants or want interrogations, you'll still need to get back to her desk to make the request.
Even for Miami, this is one bright, beautiful day. But it went cloudy forever for this poor guy. Let's talk to our witness before we look around. I'm Yelena Salas with Miami-Dade PD, and this is our crime scene investigator. Are you the citizen who called 911?
I am indeed. The EMTs got here in a hurry. Real impressive. But after they took a look at Mr. Diamond, they decided to call you folks in. Probably because of who my boss is, or anyway, was. Because it sure don't look like a crime scene to me. Any case, you folks didn't fool around neither. Great response time. Even so, the boss is turning red as a lobster in this sun. Hope we can get him off the beach pretty soon. What am I thinking of? I'm just, well, this kind of thing doesn't happen every day around here. Thank God for small favors. I work here at the Diamond Estate. Hugo Jackson. Mr. Diamond says I'm his chef. Chief cook and bottle washer's more like it. I maintain the kitchen and create culinary creations. Only to tell you the truth, it's just good old-fashioned Southern cooking. It's what the boss likes, or liked. Man, I'm having trouble dealing with this. Sorry. I go kind of motor mouth when I'm upset or nervous. The boss, Roy. Roy Diamond? Unless you started working the Miami beat, you must have heard of him. Of course, he's been retired a while, but still. Before he took himself out of the game, he was the richest real estate magnate around. Oh, hell. 5, 6 hours anyway. He must have got to him. His heart wasn't what it used to be. But it's not the worst way to go, huh? Dying to sleep out on your own personal beach.
We realize this is hard for you, Mr. Jackson. You and your employer were obviously close. We're going to take a look around the scene. You have to stick around if you don't care to.
Man, that's a relief to hear. I like the boss. And having to hang around like this, well, does upset me. But hey, you need me, I'm here. I'll be heading to the beach house soon, though.
As soon as possible, we need to move the deceased to the morgue. This intense heat won't be kind to our victim. No wonder the EMTs asked C.S.I. to check this out. 2 victims don't die of natural causes simultaneously. Fingerprints on the cap. Let's see who screwed it off, so to speak. Somebody was squeezing the sunscreen. Let's let the lab tell us who. Sunscreen. Common enough beach accessory, but we'll bag and tag it. Pays to be thorough. Better snag this. Might be important. Top page is torn off. Looks like someone tried to destroy this page, but did a bad job of hiding it from us. Shoe print. Maybe we're on the right track already. And what a remarkable aquarium this is. An unusual array of aquatic life. Or do we have a death also? Just as we try to be careful about even stray details, for example, an otherwise immaculately clean fish tank with a single fingerprint. If I remember correctly, aquariums are meant to show aquatic life, not aquatic death. Looks like someone needs to clean that up, but not us.
What now? Already have a team on the way. That sun isn't doing us any favors. Glad we got the victim off that beach when we did. Much longer and he'd be well done, and not in a good way. Don't know if you know this, but the paperwork for this autopsy has been held up. Hopefully you'll find out why. As for our four-legged friend, there's not much I can tell you about his demise right now. I'd have considered that a decent analysis if it weren't for the man's best friend dying at the same time. 2 deaths at once, despite the difference in species, is too coincidental. Definitely a job for C.S.I. With an unmarked body like this, I have to consider poison, even though it's not a common cause of death. I look for injection marks, which are not always easy to locate, and a wide variety of toxins share similar effects, spreading through the bloodstream and shutting down the body. I can only give you a DNA sample for now. If you want a blood sample, you'll have to wait until I have permission to perform an autopsy. I thought you'd never ask. Well, at least it's not an alligator this time. But the truth is, I'm no expert on canine anatomy. We can make it happen, but not right away. If you can crack this case without a dog autopsy, that would be a good thing.
Hey. That fingerprint's over in the computer for you. Somebody was sticking their fingers where they shouldn't have been. Print's in the computer. Hey, don't mention it. Print's in pretty rough shape to do us any good in the computer, but I sent it over anyway. Print's been scanned. It's on the computer. Amplified and graphed that DNA, scanned it into the computer already. Go for it. I ran it through the ESDA equipment to see if I could lift an image from it, and nothing. If something was written on the top page, it was with a light touch. If you want to know the score, better put the pieces together. Chemical contents of that bottle of sunscreen are over at the computer. Don't mention it. So I did further analysis, and sorry, if you're looking for a specific toxin, nothing special. It's a red herring. You weren't expecting this to lead anywhere, were you? I may be a cat lover, but I don't enjoy seeing any dead pet.
Scorecard. And somebody was making out pretty darn good. Yeah, helpful, but a first name is a far cry from a positive identity. Maybe we can find some evidence that will get us the rest of it.
I know they say it's in the math, but these numbers are Greek to me.
Prints belong to a Martin Fordham, who made it into our computer thanks to a DUI. Let's track him down. The helpful fingers are on the hand of a Denise Diamond, at one time under suspicion in the death of her very late husband. Only later it was deemed accidental. Maybe she can cast some more sunshine on our beach fatality. Standard issue sunscreen. No special secret ingredients. Not a murder weapon.
Finding your way around the Diamond Estate, okay? It could be a little overwhelming, especially with that shyster Donnie Bronson underfoot.
What was that you said, Hugo? Hope I didn't hear what I thought I heard.
Nothing negative, Mr. Bronson. Just said you were a shy soul, and always welcome around the Diamond Digs. I won't even bother being offended. First place, Roy never ate breakfast. Just not a meal that was on his schedule. A bad habit that I tried to break him of. But even if he had broken fast, I gotta say no way. You see, I wasn't just a cook around here. I was also the king's taste tester. Roy, Mr. Diamond, he insisted I sample everything I prepared for him, right in front of his eyes. Nothing much around here is mine. That fish tank, like everything and everybody around here, belonged to the boss. Paranoid's a little harsh. I love the man, but he was like a lot of wealthy types, self-important as hell. He liked to say, a big man has big enemies. It was part of his power trip, far as I'm concerned, playing king with a food taster. Hey, I like what I prepare in my kitchen. Don't bother me none taking a bite of each and every good thing I fix. If so, just supports what I was saying. That dog was never allowed any table scraps. The boss considered feeding a dog from the table a dirty, filthy habit, and never indulged. He loved that dog and fed him the best in kibble, that is.
Alex's autopsy of the victim will rule out food. Or not.
Excuse me? Remember little old me? The most famous lawyer in town? I have to insist that you put a hold on any autopsy. It's just not gonna happen. Roy Diamond had strict religious beliefs that preclude any such procedure.
Well, isn't that special? We'll just have to look into that convenient religious belief of the deceased and get back to you, Counselor. And thanks for all this great help you're giving us.
Hey, ask away. Sure, that's Mr. Diamond's running score. You know, of who's gonna inherit what when he dies. Am I? Profit? Hell no! That was his pooch! And if you're wondering what a dog was doing in his will, you need to know two things. First, he really did love that mutt, probably more than any person in his life. And second, he had some sixth sense of humor. He could be a real sadistic SOB. Seemed to get no bigger kick out of anything than playing the people in his life one off against the other. Me, I kinda dug the twisted old dude. And why not? He gave me a good job and a good life. But the relatives, Man, he played them like a hand of cards.
According to this note, Roy planned to change his will and leave everything to his dog.
Glad to give him. I got nothing to hide from you folks. Very well. Mrs. Diamond, Denise, is Mr. Diamond's daughter-in-law, wife of Roy's late son, but don't get the idea that she was living off her late hubby's rich daddy. There's no harder worker on this estate. She's almost a personal assistant to Mr. Diamond. You could even say a servant. I know Martin. Lives right here on the estate. Mr. Diamond's personal valet. Sort of the butler around here. Hey, a guy with a personal food taster is bound to have a butler, right? No problem. I'll round them up for you. They'll be around here somewhere. Oh, here they are now.
Are these the authorities? I can't afford to be tied up long. There are funeral arrangements to make.
Or is this about Donnie Bronson going over the will with us? Isn't that a little ghoulishly premature?
Hey, don't look at me, Denise. I just happen to be here to talk to your father-in-law about certain legal matters. Martin's right. These are, in fact, the authorities, including a rep from the crime lab. So keep in mind, you both have rights.
Always thoughtful, isn't he? Mr. Fordham, Miss Diamond, sorry to bother you at such a difficult time. We just have a few questions for you.
No problem. I'm sure we'll have whatever answers you might need. I'm not concerned about my rights. I'm well aware Mr. Bronson is a little overly cautious in such situations.
Yeah, it's a real tragedy. Let me know what you need from me. Try to help. In my room performing various duties. On a farm, they'd call it doing chores. If anybody told you I was anywhere else doing anything else, they're liars. Right, Hugo?
Diamond, I didn't tell these nice people anything, except what happened this morning on the beach.
Mrs. Diamond, we're not accusing you of anything. We're asking routine questions that we'd ask anyone in this situation.
Why, was I supposed to have one ready? I don't get this. Roy died on the beach of a heart attack or something, right?
He may have been poisoned.
What? This is a murder? That's crazy. Roy was a tyrant, I won't lie to you, but I don't know anybody who'd kill him. Now what? You want to dredge up that horrible tragedy? Why don't you people just throw me down some stairs or beat me with a rubber hose or something? My husband perished in a terrible boating accident, all right? It's something I don't discuss and try very hard not to think about. I live here on the estate. Why don't you people come talk to me when you get your facts straight and your act together? Then I'll be glad to help, really.
Tell me what you need. Mr. Diamond may not have been the most lovable man on the planet, but he was good to me, and I'll do whatever I can to help you find out what happened to the old boy. It's mine, though technically I suppose Roy's. I've been living in a kind of fishbowl myself. Kind of nice to control somebody else's environment for a change. Sarcasm aside, I've been into aquatic life since I was a kid. Kind of an expert by now. Actually, yes. I spent some time with him this morning. Fact is, he seemed pretty chipper to me. He was alive, well, and full of prunes when I left him on the beach. I went to my quarters for... This'll sound strange, but for a nap. I know, it was still morning, but I'd had a sleepless night. Should say, another sleepless night. This insomnia is a real pain. It's starting to affect my work habits. I'll be in my room here on the estate. Feel free to stop by, but I know less than nothing, really.
The ever-present Donnie Bronson, the legal profession's bad penny. Just kidding, Don. What's the occasion this time? We don't even have a suspect yet.
Are you sure you have a murder? Hugo filled me in. I'm assuming you're here because of the importance of my late client. Roy and I were very close. He was an older man, sure, but young at heart. And my heart is heavy because of this tragic loss. Let me know how I can help. As I indicated, I was Mr. Diamond's attorney. We had an appointment today to discuss his will, ironically enough. Imagine that. He passes away on the very day he was set to update his last will and testament. Much as I want to help Miami-Dade's finest, I just can't go around handing out legal documents belonging to a client, deceased or living, just on the whim of the investigators at the scene. Follow the correct procedure, and of course I'll cooperate. Cooperate fully, as always. Oddly enough, not long ago at all. Only 2 weeks. Of course, Roy had a thing about his will. I guess I'm not violating any confidence by telling you we updated it on virtually a monthly basis. But then his fortune was fluid, too. You know how stocks rise and fall in this economic climate. My secretary gave me an urgent message from Roy. Apparently my client had changes to make that would change everything. Now, please. I'm already on the rough edges of compromising attorney-client privileges. Now you've fallen off those edges. If I knew, I couldn't say. But I'll spare you the trouble of getting bent out of shape, and remind you that I didn't directly speak with my client. As I said, this was second-hand news. My secretary informed me of this latest diamond crisis.
I never thought I'd hear myself say this, Donnie, but please stick around. We'll be getting a court order for that will.
Hey, I'll hang on as long as I can, but I am a busy man. Your time belongs to the city, but with a guy like me, well, like the man says, time is money.
Can I help you out in this case? I'll have to refer to the state legal database to see if a person's religious beliefs can prevent an autopsy from being performed in a murder investigation. Good! Religion is not a legitimate cause to block it. We can now perform our autopsy. No problem. Done. Now let's return to everyone's favorite ever cooperative attorney, Donnie Bronson. I'm sure he'll find the will to give us that will.
Any way I can help? The eyes are the windows of the soul, they say. But the mouth is the door to the furnace room. Ingestion's the most common method of poison entering the human system. If nothing else, we should rule that out by checking the victim's stomach contents. Like I said, I'm no canine expert, but I think I can handle that no problem. Here you go. Great. Let's get started with it then. I'll prep the body. Okay, honey. Let's see what we can find. I thought you'd never ask.
Yes? Scan that print, and the computer's got it. Always the bearer of fine gifts, aren't you? I sent the sample to the computer and set up a special search link for you. But if you're looking for a specific toxin in this blood, good luck. A dog's metabolism is faster and works different than humans. I'm afraid our lab equipment won't give you the accuracy you're looking for, but I guess it's worth a try. Set up a special link on the computer for that.
Hugo cooked up a nice lie. We'll put him on the spot and see what he has to say. Looks like Valera was right. Our canine friend was most likely poisoned. But his high metabolic rate has made it difficult for our equipment to pinpoint the poison. So we can probably conclude that Roy didn't ingest any toxins, but that still doesn't rule out poisoning as a cause of death.
Certainly. Like you, I only want to support the laws of the land. Here it is. Hope it furthers the course of justice. You've seen everyone, and you have the will. I need to get back to 1,000 matters, paying matters. If you don't mind. I hardly imagine we've seen the last of each other.
That's enough for now.
Look, I'm the most honest man you're likely to talk to today. But around the diamond dwelling, I'm low man on the totem pole. That aquarium is strictly Martin's turf, and he don't like nobody fooling with it. If he even knew I'd been near it, guy might have asked the old man to fire me. And the old man just might have. Well, the bastard has more power than me. And when I say bastard, that could be literal. See, rumor has it Martin was Mr. Diamond's love child, which makes sense, except for that old man didn't have no love in him. Depends on his whim, but she'd benefit in one sense at least, in that the old guy would finally stop making plays for her. See, Mr. Diamond would put his hands on her inappropriate-like, and put double meanings in what he said to her. Man, sometimes it got so embarrassing, I just had to walk away.
That's enough for now.
I figured you people might drop by. Hey, sorry if I got out of line before. Can I get you a drink or anything? I have coffee made.
Thanks, but we won't be here that long.
After my husband's death, Roy invited me to stay on. We'd been living with him. So I stuck around thinking how gracious Roy was, only it turned out he expected something in return. So I became a kind of assistant to Roy, which sounds better than it is. I get hit with some pretty menial tasks. But hey, Roy could have just tossed me out on my behind. You may have already guessed that Roy Diamond wasn't Mr. Warmth. Of course, you don't make big money in this country unless you've got a big ego, and big shots make big enemies. He used to say that himself. I might be able to tell you something about that. Running score? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. That just sounds like one of his sick jokes. He changed that will more often than I changed his sheets. Which I did every damn day, by the way. Look, he was a real Romeo in his day. but in his golden years, it was all talk. Did he put his hands on me? Some. Nothing over the line, though. Hey, I'm a big girl. I can take care of myself. Why? Do you need my permission? Knock yourself out.
Fingerprints. Nice catch, partner. Why does Denise have a syringe in her bedroom? Does she have a medical condition? What's this glass vial doing here? You know what, let's get Valera to see if it contains anything interesting. Hello? Is anybody here?
Here, in the bathroom! Well, looks like the safari found me. Navigating the grounds of this estate can be a challenge, I know. How can I help?
By answering some questions. We're looking at this as a murder now, and that opens other possibilities.
Hey, I love the guy. He was larger than life, you know? But to an outsider, he could seem a penny-pinching, egomaniacal, thoughtless jerk. Also to an insider. And a towering figure like Roy's, I've said, can make his share of big enemies. Only, since his retirement, his world is a lot smaller. He wasn't active enough to make new enemies, and the old ones probably felt he'd pretty much fallen off the face of the earth. That ridiculous notepad? That was just a whip he cracked. Way to keep us all hopping and in line. But the strong implication was, harder you work, the more you inherit. Nothing on that for you. Sorry. In the latest draft, you mean? Maybe because I work my butt off and she drags hers. But that's too harsh. She had pressures I never had. Namely, he wasn't trying to get me in bed. Periodically he got pissed at her, after she'd really stand up to him. Oh, you know that, do you? We don't advertise it. Indeed he was. Was he a good father? As good as he knew how. Did I love him? As well as I knew how. What would you like to know about that? Oh, I didn't take that seriously. That's just Roy's sick sense of humor. I might have worried more if I didn't know he changed wills like some guys change shirts. Guys, you know I'm on your side in this, but unless the law requires it, I'm gonna have to say no. I've done nothing wrong, and that's a real invasion of my privacy. It would also provide a public record of who I am, and I don't know yet whether I'll ever go public with my real identity. Don't take this wrong, but no. I've answered your questions, but I am not going to have my privacy invaded while you go on a fishing expedition.
That's enough for now.
What now? Piece of cake, now that we have permission. Here you go.
What's up? Print's been scanned. It's on the computer. You want a chemical analysis of this blood, so I sent it over to the computer. Hey, what are friends for? Nothing new to report. I'm not gonna waste your time sending this empty syringe over to the computer. There's liquid in this file. I'll send it over to the computer.
Tetrodotoxin. Lethal poison, very rare. Tetrodotoxin. Lethal toxin. Most commonly found in pufferfish, if I'm not mistaken. So the toxin in the vial matches the toxin we found in Roy's blood. I think we just found our cause of death. And incriminating evidence against Miss Diamond. What do you need? With tetrodotoxin in a deceased blood and a vial of the stuff in Denise's room, you got plenty to talk to her about.
How many times are you people gonna bother me? I already helped. Maybe I need to call Donnie Bronson back in.
Your privilege. But I doubt he can help you much, considering the evidence we found. Of course, you might clear it up easily.
I might be able to tell you something about that. I might be able to tell you something about that. Of course not. Why would I want Roy out of the way? My work may not be fulfilling, but I have a nice life in great surroundings. He wouldn't have lived forever anyway. Martin's a diabetic. He takes insulin twice a day and sometimes I inject him. What it was doing in my room, I really can't say, other than somebody is fitting me for a frame. I don't know what to tell you about that. Tetro, what the hell? What is this? Are you planting evidence? What kind of frame is this, anyway?
No frame's evident just yet, Miss Diamond. But one picture is clear. The toxin found in your bedroom is the same one that seems to have ended Mr. Diamond's life.
Okay, everybody step back. You're supposed to be detectives, right? You should be looking at Martin, the bastard son. You have any idea how bent out of shape he'd get with the games Roy put him through? I could hardly blame the guy for whipping up a toxic unwake-me-up call for his father. What I do blame him for is framing me. Can't you see? I stood to inherit too. Having me out of the way put less players on Roy's scorecard. And don't forget, Prophet was sent to the big doggy hotel in the sky too. Hell, have you checked out his room? He's got more weird chemicals and stuff in there than a pharmacist. Don't trust the labels either. Check that stuff out.
That's enough for now. Maybe finding that evidence in Denise's room was a little convenient. Martin could be a killer clever enough to plant clues implicating somebody else with a good motive.
Actually, yes. What? You don't have proper grounds. And after I was so openly cooperative. Wait till Donnie Bronson hears about this. He'll have you up on charges.
That's enough for now. Just because we know from Denise that Martin's diabetic, that doesn't instantly make the clear liquid in this bottle insulin. Let's run a check. I wonder if Mr. Diamond could have been killed by injection. Let's get Valera to process this. Insecticide. This could be extracted and used as a lethal injection, like the one our victim received. Now this syringe appears used. If Martin doesn't feel inclined to donate his DNA, we may just have to look elsewhere. Get the point?
Yes? Prints in the computer. Hey, don't mention it. Check the computer. I've set up a special search link for you. No problem. These are new needles, unused. Processing them would be, well, pointless. Insecticide, organophosphates, carbamates, para-dichlorobenzenes. Fends off all kinds of critters and creepy crawlies. Also, a deadly toxin. A single drop could be fatal. And worse, it can be absorbed through the skin. And no, I'm not an expert on this subject. Our resident tox guru, Ruben Alazar, filled me in. He's processed this poison and sent it over to the computer. If Martin and our victim were father and son, the DNA won't match, but we'll be close enough to confirm relation.
Martin is Roy Diamond's offspring, all right? Is that why Martin was in line for the bulk of the estate? Insulin, all right. Another dead end. This substance may be capable of murder, but it's innocent in this case. This bug killer didn't hurt a fly. Hey, what do you need? Martin is the victim's son and was in line for most of the estate. But his father was about to change his will and leave his money not to the bastard, but to a literal son of a bitch. Sounds like a motive for murder to me.
Guys, I feel embarrassed about our last encounter. I think my father's death was working on my emotions harder than I knew. I shouldn't have gone off on you like that when you brought that perfectly legal warrant. Consider me back on the team. Of course I am. I was his son, his closest living relative, and that's why Denise is so resentful of me. Seems like every time things start to ease up between Denise and me, Roy would give her a hard time and she'd just take it out on me. If she thinks I murdered Roy and that I'm trying to frame her for it, well, she's going off big time. You just can't take her seriously. There's no question my father loved that pooch. He liked to throw the fact in my face, Denise's too, that he preferred it to us. But that was just part of the casual cruelty a powerful guy can indulge in. Really, he was just trying to get us to work harder for him and cater to him, even more, before his next revision of the will. Before you go down that wrong road, consider. Roy changed his will as often as he changed his mind. And in most drafts, I was on top, so all I needed to do was wait out his latest whim. I did not frame Denise. Look at the facts. I've never been involved in a murder investigation before, but she has. And Roy was making her life hell, coming on to her, threatening to cut her off if she didn't come across. But think it through, guys. If both that pooch and I are out of the way, who inherits? Poor little Denise becomes, poof, poor little rich girl. And what about the notes? Did she tell you about those?
What notes, Martin?
It's a cryptogram that Roy wrote up and was going to give to Denise. He would write them up on occasion in code so that no one but Denise could read them. Then he would have Hugo deliver them, thinking that he wouldn't be able to read them, like Hugo even cared what was in the notes. Roy accidentally dropped this one and I picked it up, with the intention of returning it to him, but he got the best of me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to get caught with it, but I didn't want Roy to know that I'd read it either, so I held on to it.
So what does it say?
I can't remember exactly. You should probably just crack it yourselves rather than rely on my hunches. Sorry, I can't be of any further help for now.
Hey. Ooh, a secret letter and code, huh? High tech. Shouldn't be too hard for you. I'll set the characters up under a special search link in the computer.
Oh my. And Denise said that she could handle herself. It doesn't look that way to me. What do you need? Yeah, let's have another chat with him.
I wouldn't go that far. I'd never bring any charges or anything. Not unless it was assault with a dead weapon. He was an old perv. That's all there is to it.
Martin handed us a note suggesting Roy was getting frisky with you, Denise.
Can't you see what Martin's up to? He is working very hard to make me look like the guilty party. I did not do this crime. I'm just an easy target. I stood to make money when Roy died, all right? What better scapegoat? And, look, that stuff you told me about? Tetrodotoxin? That rang a bell. But at the time I couldn't place it. Now I'm just sure I heard it before. From Martin. He was bragging about his rare fish and stuff this one time. His octopus, in that tank, uses a toxin to paralyze its prey. I'm almost positive the word Martin used for that poison was... whatchamacallit, tetrodotoxin?
I think that fish tank's due for a cleaning.
Enough already. That's all I have.
You keep bringing me dead animals and we're gonna have the pet activists on our tails.
What's up? Blue-ringed octopus. Beautiful little creatures, but oh so deadly. This one isn't anymore, and not just because he's dead. He also has been drained of all his toxin.
Any way I can help? I thought you'd never ask. Other than it's dead? Well, there's a tiny puncture mark above its tentacles. Could have been caused by a syringe.
Hey, what do you need? Let's invite him back.
Sorry, I can't be of any further help for now. What would you like to know about that? Is that what killed Roy? Tetrodotoxin? How horrible. But you need to be very clear on one thing. I would never harm any of my aquatic friends. Not even to take down my worst enemy, which my father was not, incidentally.
The octopus was drained of its toxins by a syringe, and you are the expert in the house when it comes to aquatic sea life. As far as I can tell, you're the only one with the means and the knowledge to do this act.
That is true, but everything that I know about blue-ringed octopus and pufferfish, everyone in this household knows. I talk about it all the time. I've even had discussions with Hugo and Denise on how to extract their toxins. Talk to them. It was one of them.
Nothing else right now, guys. Sorry. Hey, ask away. Do I look like a sushi chef to you? Get real, fellas. Just 'cause you found a lousy little fingerprint on my glass don't mean I cooked up Mr. Diamond's murder. Well, I spotted these fooling around in the water, which is dangerous considering that octopus. Anyway, when she walked off, I checked things out. Everything in the fish tank looked cool, so I just kind of put it out of my mind. Slipped my mind till this very moment. About an hour after she was at the fish tank, I saw her outside digging in the sand. I never saw her playing around out there before. Not exactly the sandcastle type, Denise. So I forgot about it till now. Hadn't made that big an impression, I guess. Not compared to Mr. Diamond dying and all.
Can I help you out in this case? Let's invite him back.
I don't know what to tell you about that. I don't know what to tell you about that.
That's enough for now. Someone's stray sunscreen. Something else along those lines might make it. It's a fake fingernail. But real enough to nail a killer? Well, maybe. If it got torn off from an actual fingernail.
Yes? Special link is waiting on the computer. Gold, or DNA anyway, from where the fake nail attached to the real one. It's in the computer.
The fake nail belongs to a very real Denise Diamond. DNA is on file from the investigation of her husband's death. Tetrodotoxin. Now we know how the poison was applied. Absorbed, not injected. Denise's false nail probably snapped off when she dug that hole to hide the spiked sunscreen. Hey, what do you need? Yeah, let's have another chat with him.
Excuse me? What are you guys doing? Drinking on duty?
We're perfectly sober, Denise. Much as you were when you coldly decided to do something about Roy after all his sexual harassment and game playing with yourself and his other heirs. You siphoned off some octopus's deadly toxin from the fish tank and injected it into Roy's sunscreen. Then you hid the evidence while Roy did his part by dying a quick and easy death. You substituted another sunscreen bottle, then framed yourself, easily, pinning the tail on Martin. What you hadn't planned was that little pooch trying to lick his dead master awake in jail of the fatal sunscreen. Now see, since Pooch was the latest heir in Roy's merry-go-round or wheels, that accidentally cast further suspicion on what could have been mistaken as heart failure, particularly since Roy's religious beliefs would have headed off an autopsy.
That's quite a shaggy dog story, guys. Here's another. Once upon a time, there was a girl who got tired of a dirty old man putting his hands all over her and trying to blackmail her into putting out to get an inheritance that was rightfully hers anyway. If this world was at all fair, a creep like Roy Diamond could never abuse everybody around him and get away with it just because he's rich. You like that story? Then prove it in court. Whoever put an end to his cruelty deserves a medal, not condemnation. In the meantime, I want to see Donnie Bronson.
Good work. This is a fine example of looking for the evidence and then listening to it. Just because the victim wasn't the nicest man under the sun was no excuse for what Denise Diamond did. Now, for a more high-profile case. Judge Walter Lawford, dead in his study. Yelena's already on it, and we need to get processing. No mistakes, not one. I'm joining you on this case myself. Let's get going. The judge believed in capital punishment. Looks like somebody else did too. A print on a printer. Not unusual, but still need to know whose. Pen's mightier than the sword, but not a gun. Was the judge writing something and got permanently interrupted? Notebook PC. Any data on the hard drive could be our new best friend. No sign of a struggle. No bruising. Nothing evident under his nails. Didn't scratch his attacker. Entrance wound. A game player, our Vic. Really into it. Someone's lucky number. An empty medication bottle. Not that strange, but an empty medication bottle beside the alcohol could be. Fingerprints on an empty bottle of prescription medication. Look who's the final entry. Our favorite criminal lawyer, Donnie Bronson. Let's take it. Organic substance. Flesh? Not recommended storage for a computer disk. Let's see if the lab can find anything. The first thing we do, let's kill all the lawyers. Interesting sentiment for a judge's study, since His Honor was a lawyer himself.
Ah, some breathing customers. How can I help you? Team's on its way to fetch it for you. Stippling around the entry wound suggests as much. This is a through-and-through wound, no bullet recovered. It'd be helpful to have it, though. In the left, out the right, should still be at the scene. 10 hours ago, more or less.
This looks like deflection impact. Bullet should have wound up near the bookshelf. Something embedded here. Bullet travels through and through his honor's head, strikes the wall, deflects, and hits the bookshelf, embedding itself in this volume.
What's up? Prints in the computer. Hey, don't mention it. Amplified and graphed that DNA, scanned it into the computer already. Go for it. Scan that print, and the computer's got it. Special link is waiting on the computer. Print's been scanned. It's on the computer. The organic substance is human flesh, all right. Burned. But we can still get DNA. Computer's on it. I see what you see. Last appointment in this book is Donnie Bronson. Smudged ink on this burnt paper. Consistent with any run-of-the-mill ballpoint. Nothing new to report. Hard drive on the computer was encrypted. Can't crack it without reference data from another source. Liquid painkiller looks like. Might get enough residue to run an analysis. It's in the computer. Sorry, disk's pretty tightly encrypted. Maybe with some related data to cross-reference we could get somewhere. But with a drive and a disk to cross-reference, we're good to go. Check the computer for a cryptogram link and try deciphering the disk data. Bullet's banged up, but determining caliber's still a possibility. Check against other known or collected samples in the microscope.
$9 mil. Nice match. Well, well. Donnie Bronson's digits. Interesting. On file for contempt of court. Sticking up for his client's rights, no doubt. Ron Preston's prints on the roulette wheel? Well, well. Donnie Bronson's digits. Interesting. On file for contempt of court. Sticking up for his client's rights, no doubt. So, Bronson's prints were on both the printer and the pill bottle. Louis Stanford. DNA must have been cataloged during military service. Scotch whiskey. Nice job deciphering this. Interesting message. I can think of at least a few people who would want this destroyed.
What do you need? I called his office. He's out at everybody's favorite country club, the Palm Glen. He's a ghost. But I don't mean he hunts houses. He's a writer whose specialty is helping celebs write biographies. He also operates as an agent for other authors. Brace yourself. Troy Sullivan is off on an ego trip. First he told the newspapers that the judge was murdered, then he took credit for orchestrating the crime. Unlikely as that seems, he did know about the murder somehow. A head case? Probably. But in this case, the next head we should talk to. I'll check. Well, no. Sprung a week ago. No murder weapon. DA wants to build a stronger case. I don't have a current address. You'll have to ask around. All right, we'll get Delco to conduct the interview.
You know, this is strictly voluntary on my part. Notice I haven't asked for an attorney to be present. I stand behind my achievements. I'm proud to share them with you, but only to a point. You need to do a little work. Do you have any ideas, Mr. Delco, on how I accomplished the judge's killing?
How do you even know he was dead?
You disappoint me, Mr. Delco. I expected respect. Instead, your churlish behavior demeans not only myself, but this entire unique endeavor. Henceforth, I speak only with your partner. It was Troy Sullivan in the study with a pipe. Do you really expect me to do all of your work for you? Respect and renown. What else is left for me but credit where credit is due? Fame, infamy, if you will? I'm sentenced for life, you fool. What more can you do to me? Give me life plus 99 years of lethal injection? Have at me. But the world will know that even from within a jail cell, I can strike. I'm claiming nothing but responsibility. You need to put the puzzle pieces together yourself. My job is murder. Yours is solving it.
Sharp guy like you must be popular. You had any visitors lately?
The game begins to bore me. I deserve players of equal mettle to my own, and you are both inferior specimens. I prefer the company of gray walls and my own gray matter. You'll know when I have something to tell you.
Let's look at the prison's visitor logs. Well, nobody. Not a visitor in weeks. Not even his legal counsel. And only one single phone call to that one reporter at the newspaper.
Hate to intrude on your downtime, Donnie, but we need to ask you about Judge Lawford's death.
Hey, I'm an officer of the court. Anything to help the greatest C.S.Is in the South. Aren't we on the same team?
Not exactly, Donnie. We collect evidence. You look for loopholes.
Ouch. But don't expect me to be adversarial, Horatio. I'm perfectly up for answering your questions. My lawyer's present, after all. And none of that fool for a client talk, guys. Doesn't pertain to Donnie B. Yeah, I was over there having a look at that so-called memoir he was writing. The judge had an ego bigger than, well, mine. Oh, I let him have it all right. In words. Nothing less, nothing more. Hey, who said anything about fighting? We were two attorneys having a discussion. That's par for the course. And I don't mean Palm Glen. The old boy wanted me to sign off on this outrageous manuscript of his, for legal purposes. But he refused to show me the sections that applied to me. I told him, if there's libel against me in that book, Walter, your only defense will be the truth. I won't give you a free ride. Yeah, and breathing fire and brimstone as always. I didn't touch the old reprobate. What the hell would I have to gain by killing Walter? Not lately, but I have seen him here at times. You know who would know? Ty.
That should do it for now.
You want to ask me something about that? You want to ask me something about that? Well, you see, Walter was sitting at his desk typing, and he asked me to hand him his bottle of meds. Why wouldn't I? Hey, the old boy was busy typing. He asked me if I could turn the printer on for him. Why not? I didn't know it at first, but it was that stupid release he wanted me to sign. At 9 o'clock, I was right here at the Glen. That hack, Louis Stanford, was here. He'll confirm it. You know, I want to be cooperative, but this is really starting to drift over the line.
Spare a moment, Ty?
Hey, Miami's finest. Here for pleasure, finally?
Not exactly.
Ah, should have figured you were here because of His Honor. Shame. Word gets around quick in our little Palm Glen soap opera world. Hell, not me. His Honor always paid for the drinks. Booze poured like water, and every damn drop Judge Walter Lawford paid for. Since he used his get-out-of-jail-free card, you mean? Can't say I have, but if he shows, you'll be the first to know. Or you will be, if you check back. Well, rumor has it that Heather Cole has been trying to convince the authorities at the prison it had nothing to do with the murder of the judge. I don't know how she could possibly know that, but I guess that is what you C.S.I. guys get paid to do, right? Maybe you should talk to her, too. Lately? Nothing really.
Hey, what do you need? You've got enough now. I can make that happen. We'll get Callie to conduct the interview.
I'm told you want to help. Most murderers aren't so civic-minded.
And isn't it nice to see Miami-Dade's finest again? I try to give you Keystone Cops a little guidance, and this is the thanks I get? We have TV in here, you know. And when I see taking credit for the judge's murder, I just had to get the word out that he's full of himself, among other things. And now you're here, aren't you? Ask away. Isn't that a little on the nose? Don't you have any pride or sporting blood? Tell you what, I have a little list for you. It consists of what might uncharitably be called demands, and I'll call them, you'll like this, bullet points. Deal with them, and I'll hand you the killer on a big old silver platter.
A stunt to get your sentence reduced. Should have known.
It's not a damn stunt. I do know who killed His Honor. I know how he died and why.
No deal. Tell us what you know. We'll put in a good word for you.
Well, then, you'll just have to trust your own skills to find the killer. Meaning, you never will. I'll talk to you when the time's right.
Nothing else right now.
You should go and talk to Denise Diamond. Apparently she has confessed who the real murderer is. She thinks that she had something to do with the death of the judge and feels guilty about knowing who the culprit is. I must admit, the excitement at the club has been at an all-time high since all these cons are announcing that they know who the real killer is. I'm thinking about taking bets on which one is telling the truth.
Can I help you out in this case? You've got enough now. I can make that happen.
Ms. Diamond, thanks for your cooperation.
I agreed to talk to you. Whether or not I cooperate, that remains to be seen. I did know him, and now I know he's dead. This is a bad thing. Why? I met him through my father-in-law, and we got to know each other. Seemed like a nice old fella at first. Right. But the real skinny, I blame myself for where this wound up. I agreed not to publish my autobiography until after the old boy had departed this wicked world. Only I find out he was writing his own tell-all. Sneaky old snake.
Why agree not to publish while the judge was still breathing?
The judge was tight with my sleazoid father-in-law. He threatened to make my life miserable if I revealed Roy's dark side in print. And of course, with his connections, his honor could make my stay in jail even more unpleasant. Are you kidding? A pillar of the community, tied into every fat cat and crooked politician in town? From the high-up strings he could pull, to greasing the legal wheels to increase my sentence, even just encouraging the guards to make my stay a tough one. What couldn't the judge do to make this living hell hotter? Louis Stanford, that greedy bloodsucker, was angling to help me on my book. Give it a professional gloss, he said, and then represent it as an agent. Plus, he encouraged me to go ahead with the project, 'cause old Walter wouldn't be around forever. I didn't figure Stanford meant that he'd kill the old villain, just that, you know, the judge was old and would pass away soon enough. Haven't seen that lizard in days, and I don't care to. If he isn't home, he could be in hell as far as I care.
I had Stanford's home and office checked. No sign of him.
I believe that's your problem then, not mine. Haven't you bothered me enough?
Disappearance? Hey, I wouldn't touch that sleazeball with a pair of those latex gloves. He is one slimy character. Yeah, I spoke with him. Stanford was the judge's literary agent. I figured maybe I could talk him into a sneak peek at that manuscript. I mean, I wasn't worried or anything, but I was curious about what kind of dirt old Walter thought he had on me.
Time to scare up Stanford. Let's get Yelena's help.
Well, Well, he was always what they used to call a hail fellow well met. A smooth talker with an ornery edge, and yet you'd always feel he was interested in you. Only that last visit, he was on the cranky side, and kind of pale around the gills. Said himself he felt under the weather.
That should do it for now.
Lately? Nothing really.
What do you need? Do you believe in ghosts? You should. Stanford is haunting our house. Showed up looking to talk to the C.S.Is on a case. In the interview room now, shall we?
Welcome to Miami-Dade's C.S.I, Mr. Stanford.
Hiding? I haven't been hiding anywhere. I came here for help. I was kidnapped. And I risked my life escaping. I mean, you people have to protect me. That lousy drug dealer, Ron Preston. I mean, can't you people keep the real criminals in this town locked up? I just walked into the judge's study and saw that sleazeball Preston with his gun to the judge's head, and he shot him. It was terrible, horrible. Preston whirled and came at me, and he's a big man, you know. He just overpowered me, and the next thing I knew, he was stuffing me into the trunk of his car, and he drove me off somewhere.
That should do it for now.
You want to ask me something about that? Lately, I've been in and out of the judge's home, probably every day for 2 months. I'm his literary agent, and he was working on an incredible property, a tell-all that'll make more than a few big shots in this town feel the Miami heat. It was probably a disc of the judge's book. We've been trading discs back and forth while I rewrite and expand his drafts. I could have easily touched any number of discs in his study, and I did take a nasty gash on my forefinger and thumb the other day. In the trunk of a damn car! I told you that low-life drug pusher Preston grabbed me. I guess selling junk wasn't enough. He had to cross the line into murder. The man is a sociopath. You can't believe a word he says. He's a damn liar. I mean, the Palm Glen is a hangout of his, all right. Bronson used to come on to that slut Heather Cole out there, trying to catch her between affairs, I'd wager.
Donnie says he and Lewis were at the club, while Lewis claims he was locked in a trunk. Maybe Ty can untie this discrepancy.
Preston drove quite a while, maybe half an hour. Shortly before we stopped, I heard cheering, barking dogs, and muffled speech over a PA system. Then a bit later, motor sound, boats, and people talking and laughing. Finally, he pulled over. When he opened the trunk, I could see we were in a secluded place, lots of trees and bushes. He was going to kill me, so I jumped at him. He hadn't bound me or anything, must have thought I was a damn pushover. Anyway, I knocked him down and started running and soon found myself at the Olympic overpass. I got my bearings and came straight here. On foot.
Well, quite a story, Mr. Stanford. But then, you are a writer.
Because she's a greedy little self-serving tart? Just a guess. I mean, really, why would I harm the judge? I stood to make a fortune from our book together. I was in for 50% for co-writing and agenting. The manuscript was His Honor's own reflections on his long and distinguished career here in Miami, but with the gloves off. Consider the title, The Price of Crime, How the Courts Sell Justice to the Highest Bidder. He was naming names and implicating a lot of respectable people in the justice system and law enforcement. Frankly, the judge kept that from me. He used pseudonyms in his early drafts, though I could make educated guesses. We were in the final stage, though, and yesterday the draft he was preparing was to contain all the juice and all the dirt.
Let's check. Only one, but an interesting sidebar. That's not far from the Cole homestead. Maybe a mile?
Heather Cole's address is in play? Too convenient.
Just because there happens to be a dog track near the Cole house isn't enough. There are other dog tracks in town, and kennels too. You want a warrant? I need more corroborating reasons.
Well, of course. I'm her attorney. And don't think I'm going to betray any attorney-client confidentiality just to cover my own behind. All right, now you've done it. You crossed the line. I cooperate, I do what any good officer of the court would, and try to give you the benefit of my... damn, back off.
Well, according to a document we recovered, you've bribed and tampered with juries.
I'm not gonna dignify that insult with a response.
That should do it for now.
That's a hard one. See, a couple buds of mine were in from the Florida Open Tour last night, and let's just say we spent more than our share of time on the 19th hole. Whoa, I don't even remember seeing them. Might have been here. Think they were. Maybe over at his honor's table. Kinda, sorta. Not reserved or anything. Older guy like him would roll in early and kinda claim his territory. That's where he'd always hold court. But come to think of it, his honor hadn't been around much lately. I'd say not since the iron doors closed on Heather Cole. Looking back, I think he was getting caught up in the old Heather vibe. Probably a father and daughter kind of deal, though with no blood involved. It ain't incest, right? Poor old boy was probably bummed his pretty little companion got shipped to the concrete bunker. Sure, they were way chummy. They'd mostly go through half the scotch in the joint. You know, not every female has the kind of appreciation for scotch that Heather had, or tolerance either. I was just talking to Ron Preston a short while ago. He seemed a little edgy and preoccupied. Said he was heading to the brewery.
I think we better drop by Mr. Preston's microbrewery with a warrant.
Hey, what do you need? Yeah, let's have another chat with him.
Let me get this straight. You're asking me if I've spent time with my attorney? I'm gonna have to say yes on that one, to the extent I spend time with anybody while I'm in lockup. Let me answer that with another question. Are you ready to meet my demands yet? But regardless, I will say that, in the abstract at least, I would hardly be inclined to incriminate the man who's trying to get me out of here. How should I know if Ron was at my house? Be glad to check for you, if you want to let me out of the cell I've been in day and night. I'll talk to you when the time's right.
Let's invite him back.
That's two questions, really. Yes, Ron Preston is a tool, but did I encourage him to kill the judge? I hate to encourage you people, but frankly, you're right. Though in all honesty and humility, doing such didn't tax my abilities. Ron Preston was more than eager to dispose of his honor. The underlying assumption of your question is incorrect. You imply that killing the judge was a bad thing. And if you really knew what kind of vile human Lawford was, you'd be arranging a testimonial dinner for his killers. Really? Do I have to do all your thinking for you? Think, people! A, I have worked as a criminal psychologist and accordingly have many acquaintances in the Miami justice system. And B, the judge, for all his malfeasance, possessed a formidable intellect, which of course drew the two of us together, since he was one of the few people in this sun-bleached corpse of a city on my intellectual level. Furthermore, the judge was a most industrious man, perhaps a touch less so now. Death does tend to slow one down. The judge made a point of knowing who was doing what to whom in this town. He had a keen sense of justice, and when he thought someone was getting away with something, well, let's just say, I didn't discover the sins of Ella Sinclair on my own steam. Walter Lawford supplied the evidence that led me to take independent action. Only upon reflection, I can see my action wasn't quite so independent. So, following the judge's own Machiavellian example, I unleashed Ron on his honor. You'll know when I have something to tell you.
You got your warrant. And if you find the sporty Mr. Preston, bring him in for questioning.
Anyone remember seeing our friend Ron smoke a cigar?
Wow, you kids look serious. Listen, no hard feelings. You didn't have a case, I'm an innocent man. Take a seat, let's keep it civilized.
Oh, we'll sit and be civilized, Mr. Preston. Just not here. We're taking you in for questioning.
I think I've answered enough of your questions, Kane.
No problem. Mr. Speedle will step in. Remember him?
You want to ask me something about that? Well, why wouldn't you have? We were country club buddies. We got together now and then. Lively old boy. Talk sports mostly. Occasional round the golf. But he gave me some informal legal advice time to time. What? The old boy's dead? First I heard of it, I swear to God. Say what? You mean the ghostwriter guy? I know who he is, but I never met him, let alone... Are you high?
Funny. He claims that you know him quite well. Well enough to have abducted him, which would imply that you've also met.
Look, he can say whatever he wants. I assure you that I've never met the guy. Scout's honor. What part of I didn't do it don't you understand? I didn't do it. Maybe because I wanted to, because I was hoping to, even planning to. You see, Troy and I were in lockup together. We'd known each other before. He'd been my psychologist. You people are aware of my drug problem. I was detoxing the hard way, really at loose ends, and I was convinced the judge had manipulated me into committing murder. And I wanted the SOB dead. I shared my outrage with my supposed friend, my faithful confidant, Troy Sullivan, who helped me conceive a plan to sneak into the judge's home and carry out a death sentence. It was planned to the very day, so that I would commit the crime and Troy would confess to it, before anyone even realized the old buzzer was dead. But the judge wasn't. I was to kill Lawford on the 13th. You know, Friday the 13th, not the 12th. Where's the poetry in that? And Troy didn't start bragging and spouting off about the murder till the 13th. Check if you want. Day after the judge bought it. No, actually. I was going to tell Lawford about Troy wanting him dead, in hopes the judge would take me out of that tell-all book he was writing. And anyway, the guy was old. His clock didn't have many ticks left. Meaner to let him live in a way. Plus, I wouldn't have gone to see the judge at all if he hadn't have sent me this weird note. I was intrigued, frankly, and wanted to know what the hell he meant by it. You gotta understand, to the judge, life was one big game. And even now I have this weird feeling I'm just his damn pawn. As for the note, all it said was Black 17. Take it. It's all yours.
I didn't say we'd ever met. I said I saw him kill the judge. He's a prominent guy, and he may or may not have known who I was, other than a witness to the murder he committed. That's when he stuffed me in that car trunk.
Ron Preston's our accused kidnapper. Schilling claims he heard sounds from a dog track, and Heather Cole happens to live near one. Let's share this with Yelena.
I'm trying to cooperate, but don't bother me now.
A racetrack near the home of Heather Cole, who claims to know who killed the judge? You got your warrant.
Fingerprints. Think the judge would mind us taking a sample from him? Kinda gives Hit the Deck a whole new slant. Apparent skin sliver pinched here. Lab will tell. You know, I've seen better hiding places for a murder weapon.
What now? We're a full-service morgue. Go ahead.
Hey. DNA's amplified and graphed. What are you waiting for? Computer's got it. Prints in the computer. Hey, don't mention it. Hey, first footprint of the day. They often lead in some interesting direction or another. DNA scanned and waiting in the computer for you. Scan that print, and the computer's got it. Can't come up with anything else to do on that. A color, a number. Do you know what it's referring to? Puts you one up on me. Sorry, gang, but no thanks. I'm on duty.
Very funny, Valera. Now, what can you tell us about it?
Well, if this is proof of a murder, it's 90 proof. Cromartie Scotch. 30-year-old, fine, single malt Scotch whiskey. Very smooth and very expensive. 9 mil. We'll run the serial number, see if there's a rightful owner. I've also had the firearms examiner fire off a round to make a ballistics comparison. We'll let you compare it to other samples.
Strong striation similarity between these two bullet samples. Gun and bullet, same caliber, matching striations. Positive match between the bookshelf bullet and the gun under the Cole's deck. I'm not sure any of these match. Size 10, Judge's brand of loafer. Let's confirm his honor's shoe size. I'm not sure any of these match. Great. We've got a positive match here. The DNA is Stanford's? How did a piece of Stanford's skin get on the gun? The gun the Ghost Rider says Preston used to kill the judge. Louis Stanford. DNA must have been cataloged during military service. The judge's gun. Was our jurist taken down by his own gavel?
Any way I can help? Just finished taking measurements. The judges are perfect, size 10.
Can I help you out in this case? Let's invite him back.
I'm trying to cooperate, but don't bother me now. You want to ask me something about that? Well, I don't think you did. In fact, I know you didn't, because I never touched a gun in my life. Even in the military, I was stuck in communications.
Lewis, you can either lie and go down for murder, or tell the truth, and maybe write yourself a happy ending.
Go down from... You can't put me in prison. I'm 90 pounds dripping wet. I'd be ravaged. I'll be somebody's little jailhouse plaything.
You may come up with some exciting new story ideas.
Look, I didn't kill him. I really didn't, but I did shoot him. You see, when I came into the judge's study, Lawford was already slumped at his desk. When I saw the suicide note, I knew it would undermine book sales disastrously. A tell-all memoir by an unstable old coot who took his own life? Who would buy that? And then it came to me. A murdered author slain to avoid the truth from coming out, and then for the book to be published and the explosive truth to come out anyway. Well, I flew into action, tossed the suicide note into the fireplace, tried to grab the computer disk from it, but it was hot as hell, and I dropped it. Thing was mostly destroyed anyway. And I took the judge's gun from the desk drawer and shot him in the head. Is it a crime to kill a corpse?
Abuse of a corpse is illegal in Florida, Lewis, but we'll consider those charges after our investigation is complete. I think we should see if Alex can provide any insights.
Why did I assume it was a suicide? Oh, I don't know. Maybe the suicide note? After I shot the judge with his own gun and disposed of the note in the fireplace, I drove out to Heather Cole's to conceal the gun. I knew Donnie Bronson was house-sitting out there. I was never kidnapped, but I made up the dog track soundtrack to implicate other people. Donnie, Preston, even Heather. Anybody but me. Sales would have been devastated by the judge stopping his own clock. Look, when you write an expose accusing all sorts of folks of doing mean, evil, nasty things, you damn well better have your own head screwed on straight. Suicide is a screwball's way out. Who wants to buy a book by a lunatic? Donnie's had the hots for Heather for a long time. She has a trampy charm, I suppose. And she's been coming on to him like she's dying of thirst and he's sparkling water. I warned Donnie about getting involved with the woman in prison. He said not to worry. She wouldn't be inside much longer. I'm trying to cooperate, but don't bother me now.
Even an officer of the court like me has to draw the line at certain invasions of privacy. You'll need a more formal channel to get any more information out of this good citizen.
That should do it for now.
Lately? Nothing really.
Yes? Nothing else for you on that.
What do you need? Yeah, let's have another chat with him.
I'm trying to cooperate, but don't bother me now. Can't tell you anything about that.
What now? With a 9mm bullet based upon blood loss, we have a strong possibility the judge was dead prior to being shot. Best guess? 2 hours before. Asphyxiation, poisoning, natural causes, a long list. A chemical analysis of his blood should identify anything strange. Well, I got to know the judge much better while you were gone. You see, he was dying, sitting right on the edge of the abyss in last stages of terminal cancer. Enough of that stirred in his coffee? His body just shut itself down with minimal pain. The judge's records say he was on a potent cancer drug to reduce his symptoms. Look for oxycodone hydrochloride.
Hey. Check the computer. I've set up a special search link for you. No problem.
When we filter the search by oxycodone hydrochloride, we get a match. Enough concentration to kill. Donnie could have overdosed the judge with his honor's own meds. Their claims to know it all. Does that include the judge's poisoning? Let's ask her.
Hey, what do you need? Yeah, let's have another chat with him.
A girl needs a shoulder to cry on every now and then, and Walter's shoulder was one of them. And yes, I knew Walter had a lot of, well, questionable acquaintances, but I didn't know any of them. So go bother one of your other suspects and stay out of my affairs, so to speak. The judge, Walter, he was the one who told me my husband strayed. You'll have to make up your own mind on that one, 'cause you won't get it out of me. My real relationship? He's really my attorney, and you have no right to pry into confidential attorney-client conversations.
He's been your only visitor, and you've reportedly been affectionate. Did Donnie tell you the judge wasn't killed with a gun?
Oh, so you finally know. You admit that I knew what I was talking about. I knew the cause of death, and I know the killer. Want to make a deal? Hey, one way or another, I want a reduced prison sentence. Temp insanity, baby. A brief sojourn at the Laughing Academy, and I'm back on the Miami social scene. On the other hand, you guys arrange a commuted sentence. Immunity? Now that would be sweet.
Or we could just tell Donnie you traded him in on a shiny new reduced sentence.
No way! You deal with me. I'm your best shot. And anyway, Donnie won't talk to you people. He's crazy about me. I got him wrapped around my little... Look, he loves me. He can't talk to you. He just can't.
He won't have to. You just said it all.
You'll have to make up your own mind on that one, 'cause you won't get it out of me.
Maybe it's time to ask Miss Cole why she keeps a handgun in such a strange place. That should do it for now.
You want to ask me something about that? Whoa. First of all, I don't keep a gun of any kind in my house. And second, and this is the only free clue I'm going to hand you hopeless idiots, the judge wasn't murdered with a gun. Go away and learn to be detectives. Take a course online or something.
Donnie's prints all over the study. Toxic levels of the judge's prescribed meds in his bloodstream. Louis denies being with Donnie at the country club. And now lovely Heather slips up and implicates Donnie as the murderer. Quite a bow you tied around this warrant.
You people. Just one fishing expedition after another. Of course Heather didn't help me. How could she help me do something I didn't do? What did she tell you? If she said I poisoned him, well, I've said too much. Look, you've got to understand. This is not an attorney-client situation anymore. I'm leveling with you. That crazy witch has been pulling out all the stops, throwing herself at me, promising me every kind of... Well, let's just say she hated the judge and was willing to do anything to get me to... Yes, to kill him. She thought poisoning would be the easiest, safest route. I can't say whether it's true or not. Maybe she really is insane, deluded. But Heather sincerely believes Judge Lawford played her, manipulated her into killing her husband. And the judge, retired or not, was powerful. There were strings he could still pull to keep her inside and miserable.
Judge got around. Knew Heather, Ron, Troy, Denise. How about you, Donnie?
Heather and all the rest of them. They're all my clients. They all had good reason to hate that evil spider. I don't believe anything I'm about to tell you violates my duty to my clients. But I will tell you right now that every single one of them told me about the judge's involvement in their individual actions, how he encouraged them, fed them information about whoever it was in their lives they were contemplating killing. Whether his honor could have been legally, literally taken in for conspiracy... Well, let's just say that he was a master manipulator, and no one in this town knew the ins and outs of the law better than Judge Walter Lawford. As for me... the judge had information that would ruin my career. I could be disbarred. I went to the judge's house that evening to try to convince him not to publish his manuscript, not without removing these slurs against my clients and myself. Only they weren't slurs. They were the bitter truths. You have to believe me. Despite it all, I had nothing to do with Judge Lawford's murder.
The judge was a consummate game player, Donnie. Witness his mind games with you and your 4 clients, each of whom he steered into committing murder. But you got the honor of his endgame. Lord asked you to hand him his meds, requested you turn on his printer. Then when you left, he burned some key effects, spiked his own drink with an overdose, leaving you framed for murder.
You may not think much of my ethics, but I'm telling you, even though it helps me, you can't search the homes of my clients without going through proper legal channels. Nothing else right now.
Let's invite him back.
Well, the judge knew I was playing Donnie. And his honor made a real point of me not mentioning to Donnie that he, that is the judge and me, that we were tight, although I told Donnie anyway. Now looking back, I can see how maybe the old boy was playing me. I'll talk to you when the time's right.
Hey, the judge was the chair of our membership committee. He knew everybody. Matter of fact, the judge got Ron a complimentary 1-year membership. Ron was just one of many. Palm Glen's a relatively new club, and the judge gave out complimentary memberships to all kinds of people. Come to think of it, that's a list including Heather Cole, Denise Diamond, all of them in jail now. Hell of a deal. Lately? Nothing really.
Can I help you out on this case?
Just the way we left it. We processed this place. No way we could miss a mucus-smeared tissue. Somebody is playing games. Hard liquor. Scotch?
Yes? Print's been scanned. It's on the computer. DNA's amplified and graphed. What are you waiting for? Computer's got it. Cromartie Scotch. 30-year-old fine single malt Scotch whiskey.
Don't quite have a match there. Check the details when doing the comparison. Only when you're sure should you ask for confirmation. I'm not sure any of these match. Great. We've got a positive match here. I'm not sure any of these match. About time for some straight answers from Troy Sullivan and Denise Diamond.
Hey, what do you need? Yeah, let's have another chat with him.
I don't see how. All he did was talk about old cases and various unsolved crimes. Actually, I got any number of ideas from those discussions. Old Coot was a fascinating fount of nasty knowledge. But the ideas I got, well, they were my own, of course. He had no idea he was influencing me. Funny you should ask that. I mean, I just got the oddest piece of nonsensical mail today. Knock yourself out.
Let's invite him back.
The 13th. I can even tell you the exact time, 6:30 p.m. What other facts have eluded you?
Actually, that fact eluded you. Date and time are both wrong. Not that Ron Preston isn't still a suspect.
I resent that implication. The judge may have had his own motivation for encouraging my actions, and I admit he provided me with a motive to kill. After which I did kill. But I'm not some child who can be tricked into performing. I made the decision to murder. Don't give that old fool the credit. I've received hundreds of letters from my supporters, but yes, one didn't have proper markings, return address, and so on. Had just some stupid 3-word note in it. Meaningless. Take it. I'm only saving the ones that appeal to me. The marriage proposals from women under 30, for example.
That should do it for now.
What's up? Nothing new to report. Nothing else for you on that.
Okay. Our judge was a game player. Logical, organized, attuned to the sequence of events. Let's consider the puzzle in that light. Hear that? That click? Let's take a look. Secret compartment. Torn paper. Photo or drawing, maybe. Blood and DNA. Always helpful. Have we seen this cleat before? Take it in for analysis.
Yes? Amplified and graphed that DNA, scanned it into the computer already. Go for it. Torn up photo? Sounds like a job for the assembly table. It's all yours. Can't come up with anything else to do on that.
My tongue will tell the anger of mine heart, or else my heart, concealing it, will break. Cryptic words from the taming of the shrew, but what if we take them literally?
Nothing else for you on that.
Finally, we found a murder weapon from the fake nightclub killing. Normally, we respect personal property, but evidence collection can be like making an omelet. Eggs must be broken, or in this case, just pried open. I have a feeling the judge wants to talk to us.
What's up? A videotape. I'm pretty sure I can process that for you. A very tricky procedure. Everyone ready for this?
If you're watching this video, you have won the game, and I applaud. So rarely have I been matched by worthy opposition. Oh, of course, a casino can beat you. The odds are always with the house. But a truly challenging game. Nothing is more satisfying. And this game, oh, this game, it's more than just satisfying. It's meaningful. Over the years, I have witnessed the justice system grow soft. Criminals pampered, victims at the mercy of shysters like Donnie Bronson. Bronson represents to me everything that is wrong with our legal system. A smooth, high-paid mouthpiece whose glibness can free even the most blatantly guilty client. In recent years, I watched as a number of obvious murderers slipped through the system here in Miami. When I learned from doctors of my own personal death sentence, I decided to spend my final months dealing out justice where our courts had not. I invited 4 of Bronson's clients to become members of the Palm Glen Club, where I could befriend them and give them an opportunity either to prove their innocence by resisting my subtle suggestions, and by maneuvering them toward murder as a solution to their current problems, or to resist the devil's whispers. None of them resisted. And I made certain their victims were themselves criminal or in some way evil sinners. And of course now Bronson's 4 clients face punishment. Well deserved. Though, I fear, if you played my game and won, Donnie Bronson will not join them. Although when my book is eventually published, as it will be, when in several months a duplicate of the computer disk turns up at my publisher, Donnie B. will be disgraced and likely disbarred. And now, I must carry out one last sentence on myself. For I too am, in my modest way, a criminal mastermind. And as Horatio Caine has no doubt reminded you, I've always believed in capital punishment. Cheers.
Takes a top CSI to match wits with the likes of Judge Lawford, and you did. As the judge said himself, you've won. Congratulations.
Bye.